Chapter 285, Beginning of the Battle. Chapter 0285, Beginning of the Battle. When the various enhancers of the army made their move, those soldiers under attack were saved. However, while the 5 battalions of the army had crushed over 60,000 zombies, the bulk of it through the rockets, it had cost them over 300 people who were clawed, leaving them either dead or severely injured. Those who were slashed by the S2S were definitely dead. Adding the 20 armored vehicles that had been destroyed by the H1S, their losses were already huge. Yue Zhong's side was extremely cautious. He had commanded his men to make use of the mortars and blast the zombies from afar, making use of the opportunity to train up the mortar team. The mortar team was a specialized unit in some sense, and Yue Zhong's troops were considered professionals, while those from the army were considered to be semi-proficient. This time, Yue Zhong had brought his troops with the aim to shape them up as well. Regardless of how well-trained and well-equipped a unit might be, they could not be considered experienced or elite until they were forged through war. Other than the mortar team, Yue Zhong assigned his elite snipers to engage in picking off the zombies from afar. None of the other units were deployed, as he knew without tanks, facing the zombies in an open area was tantamount to suicide. The army, having suffered such heavy losses from the get-go, was due to their separate command of the 5 battalions. There was no organization. Furthermore, they had underestimated the threat of the Horde. The Horde continued their pursuit of the soldiers, chasing towards their posts. The artillery of the army was constantly firing without stopping. Each time their attacks landed, it would pulverize a huge number of zombies. The soldiers on the battlefield also took turns to fire, and they finally managed to stop the advance of the Horde. After maintaining 15 minutes of constant firing, the artillery all started to overheat and turn red. They could only wait it out and let them cool down. The nonstop firing of the artillery was terrifying, and it had destroyed over 100,000 zombies. However, the sea of zombies still seemed endless, as though there was no reduction in their numbers, and it gave birth to a sense of helplessness within the soldier's heart. Right at this time, the zombies stepped over the corpses of their comrades and continued their advance towards the soldiers. Seeing the zombies that were seemingly endless, even many of the veterans of the military had fear in their eyes. It was simply too terrifying. The sea of zombies was too terrifying. Within a short span of 2 hours, the military had used loads of heavy artillery and countless ammo to kill over 180,000 zombies. However, right in front of their eyes, the sea of zombies seemed endless. Furthermore, as they had to fire the artillery continuously, the weapons would heat up easily, and during the downtimes, they could not support the soldiers. This battle had become hard to fight. The military soldiers maintained their stand at their various stations, making use of their rifles, guns, grenade launchers, and any other weapons they could get their hands on to strike out savagely. The moment their weapons overheated, their comrades would provide assistance to swap out the guns. At the same time, grenades rained from the skies onto the zombies, blasting numerous zombies into pieces. The battle was increasingly intense, but without the support of the heavy artillery, the zombies were surging forward, with the deaths of their comrades not fazing them in the slightest. They continued to charge forward, engaging in an all-out slaughter with the soldiers. Under the rush of the sea of zombies, the various sites that were not reinforced or aided by any form of construction were instantly swallowed by the Horde. Other than the few experts that managed to extract themselves from the danger, most of the soldiers died or became part of the ranks of the zombie Horde. A few of the experts were entangled with a few of the S2S, and one of them died after killing a few S2S before being pounced on immediately and devoured. Seeing the different positions facing crisis and being decimated one by one, the 5 heads within the command center had ugly expressions. Send out the tanks. Following Shun Hongyang's orders, 10 tanks immediately set off and joined the fray. On top of that, they were joined by 20 IFVs and 1 battalion of soldiers. The moment the tanks entered the battlefield, they were like tigers amongst sheep, directly obliterating everything in their paths. They flattened the zombies into meat paste, and used their cannons to unleash fearsome balls of fury onto the zombies, incinerating them. At the same time, their mounted machine guns fired heavy round after round into the horde, killing off numerous zombies. The 20 IFEs following behind were also utilizing their ZPT-90 and firing wildly, lobbing grenades into the groups of zombies, blasting them out of the way and turning any zombies who blocked their paths into spraying waves of meat paste. The battalion of soldiers followed the fleet of armored vehicles, picking off those zombies that did not die or slip the net. All of a sudden, the horde parted, and 300 L2S with their immense strength appeared as they rushed towards the 10 tanks in a frenzy. One of the L2S managed to crash into a tank viciously, causing the entire tank to shudder. By the next moment, the tank had knocked the L2 down and was crushed mercilessly into meat paste. The remaining L2S that had charged over faced the same fate. A single fist of theirs could punch a huge hole in those small armored jeeps. But against these thick armored tanks, they did not possess too much of a threat. The 300 L2S that had charged forwards were either knocked down and crushed beneath the tanks, or were directly blasted by the heavy rounds of the Type 69 tanks. These fearsome L2S that had evolved and become stronger were absolutely nothing in front of the kings of the battlefield. The 300 L2S had just been annihilated by the fleet of tanks when 400 S2S emerged from the group of zombies. After paying a painful price, they managed to jump onto the Type 69 tanks and were currently using their sharp claws to assault the weaponry. One of the mounted machine guns was immediately destroyed by the S2S. However, they could not break past the tortoise-like armor surrounding the tanks. The battalion of soldiers using the tanks as cover were currently firing wildly at those S2S, killing those zombies as they were crawling on top of the tanks. The 20 IFEs behind the tanks were also making use of their Type 25 ZPT-90 to fire crazily, killing off many S2S. In the midst of the horde, some patches started squirming before 200 hours 1 second appeared at about 200 m away from the tanks. The moment those 200 hours 1 second appeared, the 20 IFEs started firing at them, causing tens of them to directly explode. The remaining H1S opened their huge mouths as fireballs landed on the 10 tanks. It was obvious that the Z-types within the horde has determined the tanks to be the most dangerous weapons. Fireballs landed on the 10 tanks one after another before exploding into huge gouts of flame. The flames had not yet scattered when the 10 tanks burst out from the fiery inferno and charged towards the direction of the 200 hours 1 second, firing their weapons, and a huge explosion occurred, directly blasting most of them into pieces. The battalion of foot soldiers were also firing their guns, riddling the remaining H1S full of holes. Yue Zhong looked on as the tanks exhibited their prowess and advanced forward without a care for its surroundings nor being hindered by anything, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the tank is the king of the battlefield. If I had 100 tanks, even 1,000,000 zombies would not be able to amount to much. The 5 military heads looked on as the 10 tanks proceeded to crush everything in their path, seemingly invincible, and their eyes lit up in delight. However, their joy was cut short. While the tanks were indeed effective against the zombies, the number of zombies was simply overwhelming. After the tanks had rolled over and crushed God knows how many zombies, causing them to become meat chunks. After so much killing, the total number seemed to decrease only by a little, and their positions were soon filled by others. Furthermore, the zombies were still advancing in their assault on the soldiers of the military. The 10 tanks and 20 IFEs could only become a fleet that helped save some of the soldiers, traveling everywhere and crushing any zombies that came in their path. With the assistance of the 10 tanks and 20 IFEs, the soldiers of the army managed to catch a moment of breath and got rid of those zombies who were filling in the empty spaces. After another 10 minutes, the artillery of the army had finally cooled down, and the 10 tanks and 20 IFEs made their way back to rest the equipment as well. Earlier, under the attacks of the H1S, one of the tanks suffered a damaged launcher and had to change the barrel. Similarly, a few of the mounted machine guns have been damaged by S2S and required some swapping out there as well. The ammunition and fuel that were expended had to be refilled too. The artillery of the military started their relentless firing again, shooting rockets into the horde, directly exploding huge patches of zombies into ash and cinders. With the support of the heavy artillery, the soldiers were in a better shape. On the other side, Su Zhong had gotten his snipers to lure the zombies over. The moment they were in range, the soldiers immediately retreated back to the traps and constructions set up in Tiger's Mouth Gorge. The densely packed horde soon advanced towards the Tiger's Mouth Gorge. The light machine guns that Su Zhong had ordered to be mounted on both sides of the small hills started firing, as the barrage of bullets caused the nearby zombies to be shot full holes. At the same time, Su Zhong activated the command to fire the artillery as round after round of rockets landed in the midst of the zombies, blasting them into pieces. Under those conditions, Yue Zhong's artillery team also grew quickly. As the valley of Tiger's Mouth Gorge was extremely narrow, combined with the support of Yue Zhong's artillery team, the defense was relatively easy. A huge number of the zombies that went through the gorge would be immediately killed off or blasted into ashes. Su Zhong observed the battle for a while, before ceasing fire immediately, and deployed Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion forward with their Tang replica swords as they began their close combat fight against the zombies at Tiger's Mouth Gorge. Chapter 286, Uphill Struggle. Chapter 0286, Uphill Struggle. The soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion were all wearing the hide of the mutant black-scaled boar as armor, gloves, and other bits of body armor. Just like the black-scaled boar, these protective coverings were thick and resilient. The strong scales could block the attacks of any ordinary zombies. With the protection of the mutant black boar hide, the soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion were like winged tigers when facing the ordinary zombies. Every swing of their Tang replica swords cut through the zombies like they were chopping vegetables. With such non-stop slaughter, the soldiers continuously received enhancement. The experts of the Special Combat Forces were still relying on sniper rifles, as well as their abilities to pick off the evolved zombies. The sound of a clacking semi-automatic bolt was inevitably followed by zombie heads exploding. Under the cover of the heavy artillery, the soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion courageously charged forward, massacring the zombies with wild chops of their Tang blades as blood flew everywhere. Yue Zhong's forces were extremely proficient in melee combat. This was a requisite bit of training. When being whipped into shape, every single battalion had gone through close quarter combat with zombies. Of course, equipment was important to morale. The protection of the mutant black scale boar's hide greatly reduced the chances of being infected. Therefore, they were fearless as they charged into the horde. The slow reaction speeds of the ordinary zombies were simply no match for these soldiers. As there was a limit to the cover and support of the artillery, and after firing continuously for some time, Su Zhong had to let the artillery cool down or risk damaging it. In response to this unavoidable fact, he ordered for the soldiers to fall back. The sea of zombies continued advancing towards Tiger's Mouth Gorge regardless of the bullets and shelling. They knew no fear. At this time, the earlier preparations at the gorge were set in motion. Right in front of the gorge, there were numerous sharp steel spikes aimed outwards like a barbed fence. When the zombies knocked onto the spikes, they would be pierced through by them. Add on to the mindless advance from the other zombies behind, and the zombies in the front found themselves properly impaled by those spikes. Very soon, there were numerous spikes full of mostly squirming zombies. The zombies continued squeezing forward, causing the steel spikes to be continuously stuck with zombies, blocking off the route for the zombies behind. After losing more than a few hundred basic zombies, the hundreds of remaining L2 charged out with the horde in attack. As these huge freaks were obvious within the crowd, due to their size, the 12.7mm heavy machine guns started firing. Due to the well-planned, sweeping fire from the heavy machine gun, those armored L2s were also incapacitated, giving more breathing room. Tong Xiaoyun had been hiding behind cover, and at the right moment, took the opportunity to thrust the dark magic blade and pierce one of the L2 in its head before twisting it like a blender and killing it. Tong Xiaoyun's telekinesis ability could exhibit its prowess under these conditions like a fish in water. Those L2s that try to get back up from machine gun fire, knocking them down, they were systematically picked off by her and the dark magic blade. Flame King Gu was also an old hand at these situations, one should know. His attacks were multiple conjured fireballs, and he exploded them on those L2s heads, causing skull shrapnel and flaming, fleshy pulp to fly as they were blasted into pieces. After he had joined Yue Zhong back in Qingyuan County, he had taken part in many other battles against zombies and had reached to an enhancement level of 35. His flame control skill had been enhanced 3 times, and the fireballs he conjured were no longer small or faded ones, but instead were voluminous, blazing spheres. But he had an extremely icy gaze as he held his sniper rifle and picked off the L2s one by one. The L2s kept dying as their heads exploded gloriously under his attacks. The valley was too narrow, and the result was the horde could not force their way through. Su Jingong ordered the soldiers of the 4th Battalion to lock the place down. With the assistance of the Special Combat Forces, they slaughtered a large number of zombies, while their own casualties were almost 0. The intense battle continued all the way until evening, and no one had the luxury of time to rest. The zombies were constantly rushing to their deaths, and the soldiers from the army had to maintain their staunch defenses. Due to the overall lack of rest and constant firing, many soldiers' shoulders were starting to swell from the repeated recoil of their guns. The majority of the guns' barrels had to be changed a few times as well. The intensity of the battle was way out of the 5 heads' expectations. Even Yue Zhong's force, who were guarding Tiger's Mouth Gorge, were feeling the fatigue. Su Jingong had rotated in the 8th Battalion to take over the 2nd Battalion, which had been fighting non-stop for the entire day. Out of the 10 tanks and 20 IFVs, which formed the steel fleet that was constantly dispatched into the battlefield, 4 of the IFVs had been destroyed by H1S, which were hiddenly firing amongst the horde. On this first day of intense fighting, with the assistance of the heavy artillery, the military and Yue Zhong had jointly massacred over 400,000 zombies. However, the cost was the gruesome death of 482 of their soldiers. Furthermore, the important and highly effective artillery had fired over half of their available ammunition. Without the artillery, the military and Yue Zhong would definitely not be able to obtain such a promising result. Even if it were 400,000 pigs given to be slaughtered, the 6,000 people had chopped and slashed to the point of exhaustion. The self-propelled rocket launchers could fire rockets into the midst of the horde, causing an area of effect within a radius of 18 m, violently exploding and incinerating all zombies caught in its blast zone. Additionally, the shrapnel was incredibly effective at taking down any remaining zombies as well. Each rocket could decimate a few hundred zombies. With the support of the rockets, Yue Zhong and the military had the means to wipe out over 400,000 zombies and had tenaciously defended their positions. However, even after killing almost 500,000 zombies, the sea of zombies seemed as dense as ever, and one still could not see the end. Inside the command center, the 5 military heads and Yue Zhong were having a review. Su Dongming suggested in a loud voice, "Retreat. We should quickly retreat before deploying small teams to snipe them at various places they advance to. The majority of the army should head back, regroup, and prepare defenses before engaging them." Qian Weiman frowned and spoke softly, "No. The moment we retreat, how will we deal with those S1S? Our soldiers cannot outrun the S-types. Amongst the million-strong horde, the ordinary zombies number the most, but the L1S and S1 type also numbered in the tens of thousands. While the soldiers' speed outstripped the L1S, they could not compare to the S1S. If they were to retreat and the S1S formed a unit to chase up, those soldiers who could only rely on their legs would definitely die miserable, bloody deaths." Luo Tianyi took a deep puff of his cigar as he released a smoke circle and frowned. After some thought, he spoke. But if we were to continue fighting, who knows when the battle will end? Our troops may die first. The five heads of the military and Yue Zhong had seen the terror of a million-strong horde today. Even with the support of the artillery and the assault of the tanks, it was an incredibly tough battle. There was the constant danger of the front line collapsing, morale was incredibly low, and it was only under the condition of the military sending their 7 assault helicopters to join the fray that they managed to hold the fort. Although they had killed over 400,000 zombies, every single soldier was exhausted. If this continued on, they would not be able to hold for more than 2 days. The crux of the matter was that the battle was too intense. Anyone who had to fight continuously for more than 8 hours without rest was definitely going to feel exhausted. When fighting against other humans, the war could take a pause and both sides would retreat to rest. Against these inhumane zombies, which only knew how to charge forward without fear of death, the soldiers did not even have the time to catch a breath and had to maintain the defense like a robot. Under that high intensity, a lot of gun barrels were used to the point of waste, and many soldiers had swollen shoulders. Of course, it was not without merit. After killing the 400,000 over zombies, there were some individual zombies straggling about that retreated, converging with those in SY County. This led the soldiers to breathe a little. Su Dongming laughed coldly. That's right. We should retreat immediately. As for the assault from the zombies, we can let one of the teams stay behind and cover our retreat. Since Yue Zhong's forces are the strongest, and they had suffered the least losses, I suggest to let Yue Zhong and his men stay behind to cover our retreat. After Su Dongming's words, the rest of the 4 heads all shifted their gaze towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's crafty yet brilliant move in defending Tiger Mouth's Gorge, in addition to the preparation and construction they had done, had indeed wore down the zombies' fighting capabilities, and thus they had suffered almost no casualties. Luo Qianni looked towards Yue Zhong apologetically and said, I too feel that Vice Division Commander Su's words are right. Yue Zhong's forces are indeed the strongest. Letting him stay behind and cover our retreat is the best option available. Yue Zhong, as long as you are willing to do so, you will become a huge hero in SY County's eyes. All the citizens will definitely remember this. Yue Zhong flatly refused. I disagree. Covering the retreat is definitely a good idea, which I feel that the responsibility should fall on Su Dongming Commander Su and Luo Qianni Commander Luo. The chance to be a hero, I'll leave it to you guys. Su Dongming let out a cold laugh and raised up his right hand. Let's vote. It'll be fair. Those who are in favor of letting Yue Zhong stay behind, please raise your hand. Luo Qianni also raised his right hand. Qian Weimin and Lu Huifeng seemed to hesitate a while and raised their hands as well. Yue Zhong was an outsider after all. Letting him stay behind, even if there was loss, it would be borne by Yue Zhong. It was not their problem. Shen Hongyang pondered a while before offering some conditions. Yue Zhong, as long as you stay behind and cover our retreat, once you're back at SY, as long as you have the power, how many survivors you want to take you may take. Since you like women, we'll try and find 300 pretty virgins for you as well. Yue Zhong had an icy expression as he directly refused. Not interested. If you insist on my staying back, I'll pull my troops back immediately. If Yue Zhong covered their retreat and suffered losses without power, the military would pounce on him the first chance they got. Luo Qianni frowned and spoke loudly. Yue Zhong, why are you like that? Can't you see the big picture? Our army is now facing a crisis. Only you have your fighting power intact. Just to protect your own power, you're not willing to stay behind. Do you really want to force all of us to our deaths? Yue Zhong gazed at Luo Qianni contemptuously and said coolly, since Commander Luo can see the bigger picture, why can't you stay behind and cover the retreat? Luo Qianni was naturally unwilling to stay behind. It was a job that was tantamount to suicide. If one was not careful, he might lose everything. Without troops nor the equipment, Luo Qianni would not be worth much. He was not willing to bring his troops to their deaths. Lu Huifeng thought quietly for a while before suggesting an offer that made Yue Zhong's heart itchy. Yue Zhong, if you're willing to stay behind, We can give you 3 assault helicopters and their pilots, as well as their maintenance crew. 3 assault helicopters were potent weapons. With just 3, Yue Zhong could be considered to possess an aerial unit. Facing any small powers would just require a single assault helicopter. It could easily cause the enemy to lose the will to fight and surrender immediately. Furthermore, he could use the assault helicopter to directly fly over any places that were surrounded by zombies. Hearing Lu Huifeng's offers, Yue Zhong was slightly tempted, but he still shook his head and refused. "I'm not interested. If you guys insist on my staying behind, I will immediately pull my troops back." It was still the same logic. If Yue Zhong lost his strength, he would have no way of protecting himself against the army, much less demand for what was promised. Regardless of their pleading and offers, Yue Zhong rejected them all. None of the 5 heads were willing to stick his neck out for the rest as well, and pretty soon the talks came to a deadlock. After a long while, Shen Hongyang had no choice but to dismiss the meeting, letting the various leaders to take a rest and have some food. Su Dongming immediately found Luo Tianyi and asked, "Old Luo, what do you think about the battle?" Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming were from the same regiment, and their relationship was decent. Furthermore, Su Dongming was the one who always held the lead position. Only after clashing with Yue Zhong did he suffer heavy losses, and thus their relationship had undergone a little change. However, it was still closer compared to the rest of the 3 heads. Luo Tianyi furrowed his brows and came to a precise conclusion. "It's going to be tough. If those zombies launch a mass-scale assault in the night, we would definitely not be able to hold." Battling in the night was one of the hardest part of war. Under the cover of darkness, even the most elite of snipers would find it hard to discern friend from foe, not to mention the ordinary soldiers. While the army brought plenty of flares, they could not compare to the illumination by daylight. Su Dongming laughed coldly. "Tough. There's only death awaiting us all if we stay. It's not like you have no idea how crazy it is to fight in the night. Based on the troops' morale and fighting capabilities now, the moment there is a slight mistake, the entire formation would fall." Luo Tianyi maintained his silence. He knew Su Dongming was right. They had such a high number of inexperienced soldiers who had not gone through tough training or experiences like the veterans. The moment a mistake occurred, they were bound to lose their will to fight. Luo Tianyi pondered a while before saying, "What do you suggest?" Su Dongming's eyes flashed with viciousness. "We take our troops and leave. By that time, even if they don't want to cover us, it'll be too late. Stopping the horde will consume their resources, and then we'll be the rulers of SY County." Chapter 287, Collapse. Chapter 0287, Collapse. Luo Tianyi considered a while, before a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes, and he nodded in agreement. "Fine. If one does not fend for himself, the sky will come falling down star." Luo Tianyi was not willing to lose his capital here. Without his troops, his post as Commander Luo would be a joke. After coming to a decision, Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming quickly boarded their vehicles and left the command center. Under the protection of their own experts, they went to the positions of their troops. Soon, the entire battalions of Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming had left their posts, leaving behind some weapons, and were escaping directly towards SY County. Division Commander. Luo Tianyi's troops and Su Dongming's troops had deserted. Shen Hongyang, the other 2 heads, and Yue Zhong had just come back to the command center when one of the officers ran up to Shen Hongyang and reported the news gravely. "What?" Hearing the news, Shen Hongyang, Lu Huifeng, Qian Weimin, and Yue Zhong all turned pale. Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming had left without a word at this critical juncture. This caused their defense earlier agreed upon to have 2 large holes. The horde could easily breach the defense through the holes and surround the other troops from behind. Even the strategic point of Tiger's Mouth Gorge that Yue Zhong was controlling would lose its effectiveness. The zombies could go through the gaps left by Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming to cut around the gorge and attack Yue Zhong's troops. "I curse your entire families, Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming. The usually calm Lu Huifeng was currently so agitated that he cursed out loud. He was beyond infuriated, as the deserting actions from the other two heads would definitely cause the loss of the war. Qian Weiman's eyes were currently bloodshot as well, and he scolded out loud, "Fuck! Div Commander Shun, I recommend that we announce that Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming as traitors, and to activate the assault helicopters to wipe the deserters out." The remaining 7 assault helicopters were under the command of Shun Hongyang. If they were deployed, they could easily annihilate Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming. Yue Zhong also walked forward furiously and said, "Commander Shun, please send out your helicopters to make an example of the deserters. Also, make the announcement that Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming are traitors." This was absolute treason. At the most critical point of the battle, Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming had backstabbed them ruthlessly. Yue Zhong could not help but feel infuriated as well. Shen Hongyang lowered his head in thought before replying, "No, Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming have deserted. That's true, but their subordinates are innocent. They're all good soldiers and have done SY County a lot of merit. I can't give this order." Hearing Shen Hongyang's words, Yue Zhong felt extremely disappointed. Shen Hongyang was caring for the soldiers under the two traitors and weren't willing to label them as traitors and deserters, nor did he want to punish them. While his intentions were good, under these circumstances, it was basically cowardice and indecisiveness. "Division Commander, the Horde is attacking," one of the officers called out. Those zombies had retreated earlier to regroup and await more of their comrades to join in. Once they were gathered, they launched their assault again. Yue Zhong glanced coldly at Shen Hongyang. "Commander Shun, since you're not willing to give the command, I can't force you. Goodbye." After that, Yue Zhong immediately strided out. He did not want to stay here any longer to be buried with Shen Hongyang. The moment Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming deserted their posts, the battle was lost. He could only retreat at the fastest speed, bringing his troops along with me. Talking any more words with Shen Hongyang was wasting time. Shen Hongyang's face changed as he called out agitatedly, "Yue Zhong, come back! Yue Zhong, come back this instant!" If Yue Zhong were to leave, the situation will become more dire. Yue Zhong ignored Shen Hongyang, and in a few breaths he got on top of Greeny, flying towards his troops. "He my command. All battalions are to retreat immediately and make your way back to SY County. Special Combat Forces, maintain your resistance from where you guys are. Su Zhengong, you organize the retreat." Sitting aboard Greeny, Yue Zhong talked through the walkie-talkie, giving a slew of orders to his subordinates. "Commander, what happened?" Su Zhengong, who was in the midst of commanding, immediately asked Yue Zhong. He could detect that there was something wrong from the urgent tone of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong gritted his teeth and said, "Those bastards Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming have deserted. We can't hold the Horde back anymore." "Understand. I will complete your orders." Su Zhengong replied and immediately started organizing the retreat. The 1st Battalion, which had the least equipment to worry about, were the first to retreat. They started making their way back towards SY County in huge steps, every one of them holding a can of Type 2 mutant meat. They ate while walking, and the precious Type 2 mutant meat helped recover their vitality. The various equipments and setups on the hills were torn down and packed into the vehicles, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Battalions started making their way back. Only the Special Combat Forces remained behind to defend the gorge, buying some time for the rest of the battalions. Yue Zhong transmitted an order to Guoquan. "Guoquan, take all the troops now and conquer the riverbank bridge. Transfer all the survivors to the other side. That is the only path of retreat for our troops. You must definitely protect it." Guoquan replied loudly, "Yes, Commander Yu." After Yue Zhong left, Lu Huifeng and Qian Weiman both stared coldly at Shen Hongyang, not even bothering about him anymore, before they both left the command center and gave the urgent commands to their subordinates to abandon their posts and prepare to evacuate. As long as there were people remaining, there would be a chance back at SY County. The moment the troops of Lu Huifeng and Qian Weimin left their posts, the entire defense line collapsed, and the zombies made their advance through the various posts. Shen Hongyang had immediately deployed the tanks and IFVs to fire crazily at the zombies in an attempt to kill them. However, the moment the soldiers on the ground received news of the retreat of the other 5 powers, Shen Hongyang's troops all felt despair. Some of the companies started to lose their will to fight and ran for their lives. Zombies had routed around from the gap left by Luo Tianyi and were attacking Shen Hongyang soldiers, surrounding them on both sides. With their retreat cut off, the troops started to lose composure, and a huge number of the soldiers abandoned their positions, throwing their equipment and running into the night. The S1S and S2S amongst the horde were the most terrifying killers. They chased down those soldiers who tried to run, killing them effortlessly. There were many deaths happening every single second. The defense line collapsed, and the soldiers lost all composure and will to fight, throwing down their equipment. All sorts of ammo belts, heavy machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers were all left behind. They only had the thought of lightening their weights, so as to escape faster. One officer ran up to Shen Hongyang's side and pleaded bitterly, "Division Commander, please evacuate. We can't hold on any longer. If we don't, the zombies will reach here soon." Shen Hongyang looked at the chaos and death on the screen and looked crestfallen. Was I wrong? Where was I wrong? How did it become like this? Shen Hongyang looked at his elite soldiers being bitten to death and felt pain in his heart. These were the hope for mankind. Due to Lu Huifeng and Qian Weimin pulling their troops at the first moment, Shen Hongyang's troops were encircled by the zombies, and a huge number of them were dying out. In fact, only Xin Shui's elite 1st Battalion was left fending for themselves. The officer could not care less about ranks and hierarchy anymore as he shouted at Shen Hongyang, "Division Commander, if you still don't act, Miss Xin Shui's unit is going to be annihilated. Let the 1st Battalion retreat. Send the armored vehicles to cover them." Shen Hongyang seemed to have been jolted to his senses after that shout and quickly issued the orders. Upon Shen Hongyang's activation, the tanks and IFVs formed an assault line and charged into the horde, crushing any zombies in their paths. The 7 assault helicopters were also activated by Shen Hongyang and followed the armored vehicles to rescue the 1st Battalion that was surrounded by zombies. Facing the sea of zombies, other than Shen Shui's unit, the other troops had abandoned their equipment and ran like crazy back towards SY County. Defeat. It was a complete and utter defeat. On the road, there were many soldiers running back, having thrown their armor and equipment. The moment they were caught by the S-type zombies, they would die. Those S2S had speed that vastly outstripped the ordinary zombies. Very soon, they had caught up with the retreating troops of Lu Huifeng and Qian Weimin, launching a ruthless assault upon them. The troops of Qian Weimin and Lu Huifeng had their enhancers step out to take care of the S2S that were chasing up. However, under the relentless assault, numerous soldiers from the different battalions were all defeated and killed. Yue Zhong had rushed to Tiger's Mouth Gorge at the first moment. He wanted to join his special forces in fighting back the zombies, buying more time for his own subordinates to retreat farther. Without the support from the other positions, Tiger's Mouth Gorge would definitely be overrun. They could at most withstand for a little longer, which in turn meant that the advance of the zombie horde would be slowed down as well. By the time Yue Zhong arrived at Tiger's Mouth Gorge, the battle had reached an extreme intensity. The endless waves of zombies were constantly advancing towards the gorge. At the Tiger's Mouth Gorge, there were a few heavy machine guns being fired rapidly, and with the hail of bullets, the zombies were being slayed by the numbers as well. With the continuous advance and death of the countless number of zombies, a 4 high mountain of corpses soon piled up at the mouth of the valley. Chapter 288, Capturing the Bridge. Chapter 0288, Capturing the Bridge. The Riverbank Bridge was an important channel of transportation towards the north in SY County. It was also the only channel that led to Ningguang County. If it wasn't for this bridge, if one wanted to go to Ningguang County from SY County, it would be over 80 kilometers, and one had to travel the outskirts of SY County to find the other channels. Accordingly, the Riverbank Bridge was like a lifeline for SY County. Therefore, on the bridge, there were 20 policemen who were guarding both ends of the bridge. Zhang Cheng was a policeman of SY County. He was also the vice director, who had been stationed at the bridge long-term. He was extremely satisfied with his current position. Not only did he get to eat his fill every day, his wages were 30 jin of rice in a month. 30 jin in the current post-apocalyptic world was a sizable sum and allowed him to pay to toy with a few women. "Boss, want to go for a round?" One of the younger policemen called out to Zhang Cheng. Inside the room, 6 of the policemen were currently playing Fighting the Landlord and Win the Chicken and had bet their wages as stakes. "You guys go ahead." Zhang Cheng laughed. Right at this moment, the door was kicked wide open and a number of soldiers rushed in with their 03 rifles, aiming the guns at the policemen as they coldly shouted out, "Nobody move! Put your hands up!" Zhang Cheng and his team were all shocked and immediately raised their hands. The current world was not like in the past. The moment there was a bit of resistance, their lives might be gone in the next instant. "I say, this brother, is there some misunderstanding? I don't think we have offended you guys in any way, right?" Zhang Cheng looked towards the military-dressed soldiers and worked up his courage to ask. The leader of the soldiers shouted out coldly, while waving his hands, and a few other soldiers stepped up to tie up the 7 policemen, as he said, "Shut up. Keep your mouth shut, the whole lot of you." This police station was thus won easily by Guoquan. Although there were over 20 policemen standing guard near the bridge, they were not wary enough, and their fighting capabilities were weak. Before they even knew what had happened, the bridge was easily subdued and conquered by Guoquan and his men. Obtaining control of the bridge was easy, but defending it was going to be tough. Guoquan had ordered for a few streets near the bridge to be closed off within the first chance he got, and the survivors were all chased out. At the same time, Guoquan had assigned a platoon of soldiers to launch an attack on the policemen on the other side of the bridge. As they were caught unprepared, the policemen on the other side were also easily subdued, and all the policemen were brought together and locked up. The first group of soldiers also started constructing some defense under Guoquan's orders. As long as they did not face the attacks of any artillery, the defense fortifications would be of extreme use. "Guoquan, what is the meaning of this?" Guoquan's actions were picked up by the 2 heads of the government, and when Baowa had personally come into Guoquan's zone, asking with a steely expression, Guoquan replied curtly, "I'm doing this on Commander Yu's orders." When Baowa continued, "Leave here immediately. I'm telling you to leave here, otherwise I'll be forced to announce that you guys are not welcome here anymore." Guoquan replied icily, "Before Commander Yu comes back, we're not going anywhere." When Baowa stared fixedly at Guoquan and thought deeply before asking suddenly, "Is there something wrong with the front lines?" Guoquan hesitated a while before revealing to when Baogo, Luo Tianyi, and Su Dongming had abandoned their posts first and made a run for it. The entire defense line had collapsed. "This time, we're defeated. The huge horde of zombies are currently making their way towards us." It was as though Baowa was struck by a lightning bolt out of nowhere, as he stammered to confirm the news with Guoquan. "Is this true?" If it was as Guoquan said, things had gotten to a seriously bad point. When the army had left to deal with the horde, everyone had seemed so full of themselves and confident. Who would have expected that the army, which possessed modern weaponry and high-tech equipment, to have lost to a horde of mindless creatures? It must be clear that initially, the army had easily taken care of the 700,000 zombies within SY County itself, after expending huge amounts of ammunition and suffering little casualties. This time, most of the survivors thought that dealing with the horde was only a matter of ammunition, and never did they imagine that the army was actually defeated. Guoquan coldly replied, "This is what Commander Yu transmitted to us. If you don't believe it, you can ask Shin Hongyang personally." When Baowa did not seem to notice Guoquan's indifference, he immediately rushed back to the government, assigning a subordinate to confirm the news with Shin Hongyang. "What do we do?" Wen Bao's first course of action was to seek Peng Mingde to discuss. Peng Mingde pondered a while before speaking. There are two paths we can take now. The first is to activate the survivors, to construct fortifications and defense mechanisms, giving them weapons to join the army in defending SY County. The other is to forego SY County and to evacuate the survivors. When Bao shook his head, the zombie horde could overcome even the army. What hope will we have with our citizens? The first path you speak of is not possible. SY County had over 100,000 survivors, their numbers exceeding the soldiers of the military. However, most of them had been starved to the point of emaciation, their bodies extremely weak. It was too much to ask of them, seeing that throwing a punch would drain them, not mentioning taking up arms against a huge horde of zombies as well as evolved ones. Peng Mingde frowned as he softly replied, "Then we can only abandon SY County and shift. However, where can we go with 100,000 survivors?" Yue Zhong's Ningguang County and Qingyuan County were naturally the safest places to be. However, Peng Mingde was not willing to take the survivors to Yue Zhong's strongholds. The moment the survivors ended up in Yue Zhong's hands, his position as Secretary General Peng would not last long. When Bao thought for a while and said resolutely, "Let's move to Yue Zhong's Ningguang County. The place is big enough. Accommodating an additional 100,000 people shouldn't be an issue." When Bao had his desires to remain as a government officer and loved his authority. However, he knew what his bottom line was. He would definitely not risk the lives of 100,000 people for the sake of his own power. Peng Mingde hesitated a while before shaking his head. "Let's slow down. Maybe things aren't as bad as we thought. Power was an amazing thing. To give up the power and authority a person has required a huge deal of courage and determination. Peng Mingde could not see the end picture and was thus unwilling to give up his own power. Peng Mingde did not agree with Wen Bao's suggestion to evacuate the survivors. However, he started to activate them to begin fortifications at the borders. Guoquan was currently organizing the survivors calmly, preparing for them to leave towards Ningguang County. At the front lines, Yue Zhong had been engaged in battle against the horde with his special forces, and a huge group of zombies had just routed behind them from the other positions and were starting an attack on them. The Special Combat Forces unit had already done their preparations beforehand. Every one of them tied a rope to themselves, which were tied to Greenie's legs. With a flap of its wings, Greenie rose towards the skies, bringing the Special Combat Forces with it. The soldiers, carried by Greenie, enjoyed the aerial flight that was hard to come by. Yue Zhong, Zhu Yadong, Ji Qingwu, and Tong Xiaoyun were seated on Greenie's back. Tong Xiaoyun was hugging Yue Zhong tightly, her expression comfortable. Yue Zhong was also hugging Zhu Yadong tightly, taking in her fragrance, a look of satisfaction on his face. When Greenie was in midair, as the winds were too harsh, no one spoke. They all huddled tightly together, enjoying the rare moment of peace. After flying for a while, Yue Zhong patted Greenie's back and said, "Fly a little lower, Greenie." Upon hearing the command, Greenie started its descent, flying at a low altitude. Yue Zhong laid on Greenie's back and looked below. Greenie's flight speed was extremely fast. Not long after, it had chased up to Su Zhengang's unit that had left an hour earlier. At the same time, there were over 100 S2S chasing Su Zhengang and his men from behind. However, Yue Zhong's troops were experienced when dealing with these S2S with high speed. 5 Jeffies tied with wire charged towards the S2S. As the speed of the S2S were extremely fast, when they made contact with the thin wires, their own speed coupled with the frontal charge of the IFVs caused their own head to be sliced through by the combined force. Other than the 5 IFVs charging forwards, a few steel wire nets were already taken out, forming an entire piece. While these steel wire nets were of no use against the L2S, which had incredible strength and defense, they were extremely efficient against the S-type zombies. Many of the S2S charged into the nets before being brought down by them. The soldiers then stepped forwards to execute them. Some of the warriors decked in mutant water snake hides and wielding their Tang replica swords even dare to come up and hack off the heads of the S2S. Bright flashes of gunfire illuminated the skies, causing this entire area to be lit up like a normal day. Yue Zhong's troops were engaged in an intense battle with these S2S. While Yue Zhong's troops had the upper hand, the S2S were simply too fast. From time to time, there would be some soldiers who had their mutant boar hides slashed through and being injured as a result. Right as the battle was going on, Greenie had flapped its wings and arrived. Yue Zhong leapt down from Greenie's back, activating his shadow steps, and rushed into the midst of the zombies. He attacked, waving his 2M long black-toothed blade as he killed the zombies effortlessly. The rest of the Special Combat Forces also undid their ropes and joined in the fray. The moment the Special Combat Forces joined in, the remaining more than 100 S2S were decimated. The performance of the little lowly Yao Yao was especially eye-catching. Her speed had long surpassed the S2S, of course. As long as she was moving about, the S2S found their heads decapitated, and her speed of executing the S2S was even faster than Ji Qingwu and Yue Zhong as a result. Chapter 289, Breakout. Chapter 0289, Breakout. After killing the S2S that had chased up under the command of Su Jingong, the 4 battalions immediately gathered together and continued on with their retreat towards SY County in an orderly fashion. Su Jingong was the defeated commander that Yue Zhong had brought over to his side from Qingyuan County previously, and he was truly an exceptional commander. Under his command, even in the darkness, other than a measly few who had escaped during the retreat, the rest of the 4 battalions maintained their order and spirit. This prevented any falling apart at all. Those who had escaped were also from the preliminary group that had to join in the fray at short notice. The soldiers from the preliminary group had not gone through any tough battles. So when the S2S arrived and began their assault, the soldiers from the preliminary group had escaped and parted from the army due to fear. However, compared to the SY's military that had collapsed till they lacked all resemblance to an army, Yue Zhong's troops were considered to have been preserved well. Yue Zhong's army being maintained was due to Yue Zhong's efforts in leading his special combat forces to buy time for the rest of the soldiers led by Su Jingong. After disposing of the group of S2S, Yue Zhong and his elite special combat forces with the strongest fighting capabilities out of the entire army stayed behind, continuing to cover the retreat for the rest of the troops. At this time, the special combat forces each took out their dried fish meat of the type 2 mutant blackfish. Upon feasting on this meat, it replenished their depleting energy, allowing them to regain the strength to fight. After fighting for an entire day, the special combat forces were exhausted. If it wasn't for their condition that surpassed most normal humans, they would have lost the will to fight long ago. This time, the horde that Yue Zhong and the army had to face? Firstly, the zombies numbered above 2 million. During the day, they had managed to kill over 400,000 of them. Unfortunately, there were still 800,000 of them left. The number of S2S within this horde of 800,000 still exceeded over 3,000. These S2S were urged by the Z-types within the horde and charged forwards like knives, chasing and killing the retreating soldiers of both the army and Yue Zhong's troops. As long as they were marked by the S2S, the S1 army would quickly catch up, and the lethal combination could break down any resistance that the humans had left. Therefore, Yue Zhong had to take his special combat forces to kill those S2S in pursuit. Otherwise, if the fight dragged on too long, Su Jingong and the 4 battalions would definitely be wiped out. In the wilderness covered by darkness, as well as the lack of any forms of construction, obviously, the moment the S1S reached them, Yue Zhong's 4 battalions would not be able to last long. Yue Zhong and his special combat forces killed off a few other straggling zombies that had managed to catch up. Suddenly, 10 defeated soldiers appeared and ran towards them, with 4 S2S in pursuit. "Help! Help!" The leader of the team saw Yue Zhong, and eyes brightened as he shouted out madly. Without any equipment nor terrain advantage, Even 30 soldiers would die against 4 S2S. Go save them. Yue Zhong glanced at the 10 soldiers and commanded. Yao Yao, who was feeling excitement and lingering battle lust after killing so many zombies, charged into the ranks of the 4 S2S. As she arrived, her dark magic blade began flashing about, and the heads of the 4 S2S instantly fell on the ground. After killing the 4 S2S, Yao Yao immediately rummaged through the items they dropped. Seeing that there was nothing of use to her, she stuffed them in a bag and threw it to Yue Zhong. The 10 soldiers looked on with an expression of shock. They did not expect that this little lowly decked in the smallest military attire, with such cute looks, would be capable of such fearsome combat skills. The 4 S2S that they, as grown men, could not handle were disposed off easily by this little lowly. The 10 soldiers came forward to Yue Zhong, and the leader kneeled as he begged pitifully, "Commander Yue, I am the commanding officer of Division Commander Shin's 3rd Battalion 2nd Company, Lu Lijian. Please, I'm begging you to bring your men to save our Commander Shun. Our brothers from 2 battalions have been surrounded by zombies. If no one goes to save them, they will die soon." The rest of the soldiers who managed to escape death's door also kneeled and started begging bitterly, "Commander Yu, please save our Commander Shun." Although Shun Hongyang was not perfect, he was a commander that valued his soldiers. He could even remember the names of any officer or commander he groomed. Furthermore, regardless of any issues that his subordinates might face, he would be the first to step out and help. It was because of his nature that he was admired and loved by his troops. Of the 6 armies, Shun Hongyang's troops were the slowest to evacuate. Thus, even though he had tanks and assault helicopters, he was bogged down by those S-types. And it was because Shun Hongyang had attracted the attention of the zombies that the pressure on Yue Zhong's troops was reduced a lot. Song Wen quipped and harshly, "Commander Yu, that bastard Shun Hongyang didn't give the orders to take down those traitors Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. There's no need for us to care about him. Let them feed the zombies. At least they can be useful for slowing the horde down. It's the best outcome possible." Shun Hongyang's decision to not pursue Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, who had abandoned their posts, created a dip in morale and fighting spirit amongst the rest of the army. Based on the situation, if Shun Hongyang had deployed the 7 assault helicopters to give chase, Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming did not possess any anti-air defense, and thus would be defeated, slowing their retreat down. The rest of the army could then work together to capture the 2 of them, and their troops to act as cannon fodder to slow the zombie horde down. That would have been the best course of action to take. Yue Zhong glanced at Lu Lijian and said indifferently, "From now on, you're under me. You're no longer Shun Hongyang's men. I will bring some people to take a look. If he's still worth saving, I will lend a hand." Any veteran soldier that had gone through the forge of war was a prized treasure. They possessed combat ability as well as a strong fighting will compared to newer soldiers. This time, the military had underestimated the horde, as they had retained the thinking of the prior battle where they managed to conquer SY County and the 700,000 zombies without counting for the evolved zombies this time around. This was the main reason for their loss. However, they still managed to clear 400,000 of the zombies with Yue Zhong. If it wasn't for the fact that there were selfish and personal interests, the army might still have lost, but it would not have been this bad. After speaking, Yue Zhong directly brought his special combat forces and headed towards Shun Hongyang's direction. Shun Shui currently felt despair at the situation. Shun Hongyang had given the orders to evacuate too late, and thus a large number of the zombies had already surrounded them, cutting off their retreat. At this time, the 1st Battalion, being led by Shun Shui, was engaging in an all-out fight against the zombies together with the armored vehicles and tanks, which formed a defensive post coupled with the assault helicopters in the air. They had managed to kill off waves after waves of S2S. However, before the total number of S2S had been killed, the S1S had arrived. The total number of S1S far outnumbered the S2S, and they were simply endless. Even with the constant heavy fire by Shen Shui and her unit, which resulted in a lot of deaths of the S-types, there were still few who managed to rush past the defense line and started killing the soldiers. Shen Hongyang had sent in his experts to the front lines at the first moment he could. A few experts who were extraordinary, their strength only slightly inferior to Yue Zhong's own special combat force, appeared on the battlefield. With their abilities, they managed to lock down those S1S and S2S, killing them all entirely. Yue Zhong was not the only one who knew how to raise experts. The 5 heads of the military, as well as the 2 governing heads of the government, had a handful of experts that were similar to Yue Zhong's special combat force. Amongst these experts, some were even naturally awakened evolvers. Amongst Shen Hongyang's experts, there was a burly, dark, middle-aged man with calloused hands. His name was Su Xiao, and he was the leader of the group of experts. He also possessed the strongest fighting capabilities as an evolver amongst the group of experts. Su Xiao was a spirit-based evolver and had a ferrokinetic ability called steel manipulation. Surrounding him, there were 4 Tang replica swords and 2 dark magic blades, sealing the space within 10 m of him. As long as he passed near the horde, the 6 God and Devil system equipments would fly out crazily, chopping and slashing those S2S. As Shen Hongyang's strongest expert, Su Xiao had experienced countless battles. As of now, he was a level 38 enhancer. With only 2 more levels to go, he would undergo another leap in strength. However, these 2 levels were hard to achieve. Even after hunting and killing so many S2S, Su Xiao would need to kill over a few hundreds of them before he could reach level 40. If he were to hunt and kill the normal zombies, then he would be required to kill over 10,000 of them before he can reach that level. In this post-apocalyptic world, the fastest way to gain levels was to hunt and kill extremely strong mutant beasts. As long as one could hunt these tyrants, one could gain strength rapidly. However, Su Xiao was but one member of the army. He could not travel around alone freely to hunt and seek for high-level mutant beasts to hunt. This was because he had to obey commands. The fact that he could reach level 38 was because he had already killed many Type 2 zombies and had slowly climbed up the enhancement ladder. Under the lead of Su Xiao, the 10 experts all exhibited their abilities to the maximum. Their ruthless attacks continuously ground and killed the S-type zombies that got too close, maintaining the morale and fighting spirit of the soldiers. However, those who managed to take down most of the zombies were still the normal soldiers. With the help of the seemingly unceasing firepower, huge numbers of the zombies would be slain just like that. In the sky, flares would be fired constantly, illuminating the battlefield. Without the illumination, the 2 battalions would have long been swallowed by the sea of zombies. Shen Hongyang initially had 4 battalions of soldiers, but all he had left now were 2 exhausted and almost broken battalions. The other 2 battalions were made up of too many new soldiers, and once they knew their comrades had abandoned their posts, they had lost their composure at the first moment. Only these 2 battalions fighting were left in Shen Hongyang's hands. While the 2 battalions put up a brave fight, their numbers were dwindling as time passed, and their exhaustion was increasing. Facing the never-ending waves of zombies, being swallowed by the sea of zombies was only a matter of time. It was just that while Shen Hongyang knew that fighting on would result in his entire army being killed, he had no choice but to fight. If he were to evacuate them right now, the 2 battalions would be slaughtered by the S-type zombies anyway, and only death awaited. Division Commander. Battalion Commander Shen Shui's side requires the aid of the tanks. They cannot hold on for much longer. One of the officers transmitted to Shen Hongyang. Ask her to hold on for 10 more minutes. The tanks are supporting Yuan Lei and the other battalion right now. Organize my guards right now and deploy them over to her side. Shen Hongyang's eyes were bloodshot right now, and he looked as though he had aged a few years as he spoke out hoarsely. At this time, both battalions were reaching a critical point and needed support everywhere they could. Shen Hongyang simply could not pull out any more soldiers to assist Shen Shui, and thus could only assign his guards to go help her. Commander Shen, do you require help? At this time, Yue Zhong had brought his special combat forces and entered the command center. Shun Hongyang saw the sudden appearance of Yue Zhong, and his eyes lit up as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. Yue Zhong, you're here. I need your help urgently. If you can save the 2 battalions, I will definitely repay you. Right now, the situation was dire, and Shun Hongyang did not have the energy nor mind to engage in any more mind games with Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong immediately stated his conditions. I can think of a way to get your men out. However, I want those 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters, as well as their drivers, artillery soldiers, as well as 10 drone operators. On top of that, I will require 2 companies of veteran soldiers. If you agree to these, I would immediately lend a hand. If not, I will leave. You can rely on your own capabilities to try and kill your way out then. Yue Zhong had decided to save Shun Hongyang because he was eyeing the various equipment and experienced soldiers on Shun Hongyang's side. He had the machinery of his own at the Mechanized Infantry Brigade base, but he lacked the professionals and the know-how. As long as he obtained the talent, he could train a few more within a short time and quickly assemble a powerful unit. Shun Hongyang pondered for just a while before accepting Yue Zhong's terms. I promise you, if his men were dead, he was left with nothing. Shun Hongyang loved his troops like he loved his children. He would not sacrifice them if he could. If right now Yue Zhong wanted him to surrender, as long as the soldiers could live on, he would not hesitate to do so. Yue Zhong said deeply, order your units to pack up and evacuate now. Get the experts, the armored troop, and the assault helicopters to fall back orderly. I will send my guys to cover your retreat. Shun Hongyang nodded his head and immediately gave a list of commands, ordering his men to start evacuating. Yue Zhong also sent out his experts to cover the 2 battalions in their preparations to retreat. Chapter 290, Tough Breakthrough. Chapter 0290, Tough Breakthrough. Very soon, the 2 battalions had finished their preparations and were currently being surrounded by many S-1S. Shun Hongyang had ordered the 10 tanks and 6 IFVs to bring up the rear, while the sides were covered by his experts and Yue Zhong's Special Combat Force. At the front of the troops, there was only Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Greeny. There was only 3 of them, and they were the lead force in charge of opening a path. Greeny, it's up to you now. Yue Zhong gave a nuclei from the Type 2 mutant crab to Greeny as he patted its head and said seriously. Greeny gobbled up the nuclei in one mouth and flapped its wings as it activated its ability, Wind Power. In midair, Greeny flapped its wings continuously, and a number of hurricanes appeared, blowing towards those S-1S and S-2S that were blocking the way. Under the fearsome strength of the winds, those tightly packed S-1S and S-2S were blown a few meters away. With the mini hurricanes generated by Greeny, a hole appeared in that horde of 10,000 S-1S. Charge! Shun Shui saw the hole and immediately hollered without a care for her bearing. The 2 battalions saw the lifeline, and in that instant, they managed to summon their last bit of strength as all of them made a rush for the opening. Yue Zhong hoisted 2.05 submachine guns and immediately rushed to the front. With his superb aiming, he shot his guns, his both hands constantly firing wildly. With each spray of the machine gun, a line of zombies would immediately be slain as their heads exploded. If we remember that Yue Zhong possessed incredible night vision, in the dark, he was like a fish in water. Any zombies that got too close would immediately be fired upon and killed with a bullet to the head. White Bones just charged directly into the midst of the hordes, and with its body, it constantly shot out and in 10 incredibly sharp bone spikes in random orders that pierced through the heads of countless zombies, killing them instantly. Now that it had evolved to possess some intelligence, White Bone's combat ability became even more fearsome. It could now control any part of its body to shoot out its bone spears, and it literally became a moving, flexible spike ball. Furthermore, After possessing this sharpening ability, every single bone spear that it shot out could easily penetrate the heads of even the L2S that knives and most guns could do nothing about. With the protective cover of Yue Zhong and white bones, the S2S could not even come close enough before they were instantly decimated. Thus the path for the soldiers' movement was unhindered. So strong. Shen Shui looked at Yue Zhong and white bones. With just the two of them, they battled while maintaining the gap that was created by Greeny's hurricanes. She gritted her teeth and could not help but admit that Yue Zhong was incredibly powerful. Even the strongest expert within Shen Hongyang's camp, Su Xiao, who led the other experts, could not match Yue Zhong's team's spectacular performance and ability. Especially powerful here was Greeny, whose natural ability allowed it to conjure up hurricanes. With every attack, a few hundreds or even occasionally thousands of zombies would be blown away. It was because of this type 2 mutant beast's help that Yue Zhong and White Bones could carve out a way for the soldiers to retreat. The soldiers of the two battalions munched on the emergency type 2 mutant beast dried meat as they were escaping frantically. The type 2 mutant beast meat gave them much-needed nutrients as well as the replenishing of their energy and stabilizing of morale. After finishing the meat, they would be able to reform much more efficiently. Shen Hongyang had known of the revitalizing properties of the type 2 mutant beast meat, therefore had sent Shen Shui to purchase 30 tons of the meat prior. Even with Yue Zhong leading the special combat forces, the retreat of the two battalions were still fraught with danger. They were surrounded by the numerous S1S after all, and the S1S would continually throw attacks, as and when they could, be it in front or from the back. Kill! 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 Su Zhao's eyes had gone bloodshot with ferocious battle rage. His six god and devil system swords were dancing, bobbing, and weaving continuously in the air. Those zombies that were unfortunate enough to get too close were immediately chopped in pieces. On the other side, Yue Zhong was wielding her huge mace. She slammed and swung it around nonstop. With every monstrous swing, 3 or 4 S1S would be crushed, flinging various pieces all about. The lowly Yao Yao flitted around the battlefield with bursts of speed. As she attacked, her blade swung in fast flashes, and numerous S1S heads would tumble around after being neatly shorn from their bodies. The Special Combat Forces and the experts under Shen Hongyang had powers that far surpassed normal people, but they also received a lot of pressure. Under that kind of intense battle, everyone's stamina was being worn down at an insane speed. Those experts would immediately add their points into stamina upon leveling. No one would allocate any points to anything else at this point. Stamina. This was the only thing that could allow them to continue on under such harsh conditions. The 10 tanks were also firing their cannons continuously. Every shot fired would guarantee the death of at least a few tens of S1S. The remaining IFVs were firing their ZPT-90S rapidly in a cleanup of the wounded zombies in the never-ending tide. A single round could pierce through a few S1S, and those zombies that got fired at by the ZPT-90S would have a large hole in their body. Some even had their bodies shredded in two, losing any real further fighting capabilities. The smaller caliber mounted machine guns were being utilized as deterrents. A hail of bullets rained on the S1S, killing and injuring many zombies as they fell to the ground incapacitated. The 7 assault helicopters in the skies were using their own rockets, firing at the places where the zombies were packed the most tightly, killing off entire patches each time they exploded. Under the relentless attacks, the horde of S1S were being picked off quickly as huge groups of them were incinerated or killed. This allowed Yue Zhong and everyone else present a chance to withstand the never-ending assault from the zombies themselves. With the efforts of Yue Zhong, his troops, and the various other experts, the 13,000 S1S that had been troubling Shen Hongyang's troops were being decimated. Under the obliteration of the continuous attacks, their numbers decreased quickly. Very soon, there were only about 2,000 left. However, at this time, the 10 tanks, the remaining IFVs, as well as the assault helicopters in the skies, had gone through their available ammunition and firepower. Greenie, which was continuously beating up hurricanes, had also expended a lot of its energy and could not help but fly off into the distance, leaving the battlefield to rest momentarily. Losing the support of the heavy weaponry, even though there were only about 2,000 S1S left, the battle had just become incredibly tough. Yue Zhong made White Bones lead from the front as it hacked and slashed his way through to keep the way open. He himself went to join the Special Combat Forces as they continued their battles at the sides. All these Special Combat Forces were Yue Zhong's precious troops. Even losing one would cause him a heartache. Especially Ji Qingwu, Zhu Yadong, and Tong Xiaoyun. They were incredibly powerful beauties who could do much more than warm his bed. They could fight well. He would definitely not allow them to die. Although the Special Combat Forces were elite soldiers, under such intense conditions, their stamina had been depleted. Killing the S1S became increasingly harder as the battle went on. Yue Zhong came to the other side and saw the avalanche of S1S. In response, his hands waved about, and he threw a handful of grenades. Through the air they flew before they directly exploded and caused a few S1S to be blasted to pieces. Shit, there were still the grenades. I'd almost forgotten. Seeing Yue Zhong lob the grenades over, Songwen's brain seemed to be jolted awake, and he exclaimed with a little regret. The Special Combat Forces were so used to using their God and Devil system equipment and abilities to kill the zombies to gain enhancement that in the heat of battle, they forgot about the modern weaponry they carried on themselves. Every single one of the Special Combat Force were armed to the teeth, and they all had 05 light machine guns, 8 50-round magazines, and 8 grenades. The 05 light machine guns were the best measure against these zombies that could be pierced through by the bullets. Under the cover of Yue Zhong's firing, the soldiers all took out their 05 machine guns and started firing at the zombies wildly. In that dense hail of bullets, a large number of the S1S that had not reached the soldiers were immediately shot and brutally killed. While some did not die, the upside was it broke their dense and concentrated attack formation. The moment the formation was broken, the scattered S1S that were rushing forward became much easier to pick off. On the other side, Shen Hongyang had deployed a company of old veterans to join Su Zhao's unit of experts, and with the suppressing fire they provided, Su Zhao's unit managed to catch a breather as well. The entire group fought as they retreated, not daring to stop or stay stationary. Every single minute of delay meant additional danger. Facing this advanced group of S1S was already extremely tiring. If the rest of the horde caught up from behind, they would bite the dust. The intense hit-and-run battle continued for another 2 hours, and the remaining 2,000 or more S1S were finally annihilated by the experts of both Shen Hongyang and Yue Zhong's troops. With this small victory, they finally managed to break free from a siege. However, Shen Hongyang's troops also suffered a great loss. Out of the 2 battalions, he lost a total of 30% of his troops. The other 2 battalions had collapsed earlier during the defense, and were most likely dead within the mouths of the zombies. All the advanced vehicles had run out of ammo. Without weapons, even the assault helicopters could only be used for reconnaissance. After breaking out of the siege, other than Yue Zhong, who possessed a stamina 8 times that of normal humans, most of the fighters were exhausted to the point that they were breathing raggedly. However, they did not dare slow down as they continued to flee with all their might towards SY County. Based on their current condition, if another 2,000 S1S were to appear, they would be unconditionally defeated. Even if Yue Zhong was around, it would surely still be useless. With the motivation of staying alive, the entire group made their way towards SY County without stopping. Just as they neared the entrance to SY County, they discovered that outside of the gate, there was a small team stationed there, and they were currently involved with some fortifications and constructions. Seeing the small team, Shen Hongyang's troops became wary as they hoisted their weapons. They were already exhausted. If the small team were to make a sudden assault, these 2 battalions of Shen Hongyang would most likely be wiped out. "Commander Yu, are you there? I am Xiaoyun." Xiaoyun brought along a company of soldiers as they called out, to Shun Hongyang's troops. "I'm here." Yue Zhong stepped out from the Special Combat Force and replied loudly. They were finally safe. Chapter 291, Ambush. Confusion. Chapter 0291, Ambush. Confusion. The moment Shun Hongyang's troops entered Yue Zhong's territory, they immediately laid on beds and entered a deep, rejuvenating slumber. They had all fought beyond the limits of exhaustion, especially the soldiers of the Special Combat Force, as well as the experts under Shun Hongyang. Su Jingong came to Yue Zhong and reported, "Commander, after setting up camp here, we have absorbed a total of 213 straggling soldiers. Luo Tianyi, Su Dongming, Lu Huifeng, and Qian Weimin have all dispersed back to the main headquarters in SY County." Yue Zhong replied in a heavy voice, "Go carefully inquire about the abilities and skills of those stragglers. Assign them to the various battalions. Get the preparatory force to work faster on the fortifications. We don't have much time left." Without fortifications and traps, especially after all the heavy weaponry had either been lost, damaged, or emptied, the humans stood no chance against the horde. Su Jingong replied seriously, "Yes, Commander." "Then I'll leave it to you. I'm taking a rest." After that, Yue Zhong immediately went to a huge bed and lay down before entering sleep straight away. In that latest battle, Yue Zhong had rushed everywhere to save everybody, and had constantly pushed himself as the fighter on the foremost front line and the head of the spear. The enhanced zombies that had dyed his hands had numbered over 700, but likewise, the toll on him was the greatest. His spirit and stamina had been depleted constantly throughout the battle. If it wasn't for the fact that he was resilient enough, he would have fainted from exhaustion on the battlefield already. Damn Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. Qian Weimin was currently cursing furiously. During the hasty retreat, Qian Weimin had lost a huge number of his troops. After reaching SY County, he had only 3 companies left. The rest of the troops had either AWOL in their terror with their location unknown, or they had been chased and killed by the zombies. A large number of the S-type zombies had chased the troops of Shun Hongyang that had been the last to evacuate, but there were other S-types that went on to chase the other troops. Qian Weimin had experts himself, but they were nowhere as strong as Shun Hongyang's. Furthermore, without tanks or assault helicopters to cover them, the S2 zombies had basically wiped out his troops, as they were retreating with their lives. Only after reaching SY County did he manage to grasp control of about 3 companies of his troops. He had gone to war with 2 battalions, a total of 800 people. His losses were too huge. "Once I have rested well, I will go show those assholes." Qian Weimin's heart was full of fury as he thought, and walked out from the command center in huge strides. Pong! A gunshot rang out. Qian Weimin had a new hole in between his eyebrows, his face full of shock and disbelief as he slumped to the floor. "Commander! Commander!" Seeing Qian Weimin murdered on the floor, the various officers rushed over and called out in anguish. "No one moves. Those who resist will be executed on the spot." All of a sudden, military soldiers rushed in from all entrances holding guns. They flooded in and occupied every part of the center as they pointed their guns at their past comrades. Su Dongming called out loudly. Qian Weimin had wantonly accepted bribes, buying over officials, conducted unauthorized interference in various affairs, and had betrayed the party's trust as well as the country's trust. He had been dealt with. You can all choose to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I promise that you will be treated fairly. One of the officers shouted, "Fuck you, Su Dongming, Luo Tianyi, you bastards who betrayed us and your comrades. Brothers, let's kill them." The rallying cry of the officer rattled the hearts of many soldiers, and they all took up arms and started their counterattack against Su Dongming's troops. Both parties broke out in an intense gunfight within SY County. Su Dongming was truly heartless. As his troops had made it back to SY County the earliest, he did not suffer much. Therefore, he took advantage of the opportunity and killed those exhausted soldiers under Qian Weimin. However, without the support from heavy artillery, the troops of Su Dongming found it hard to just take down these enraged soldiers of Qian Weimin, who had been pushed past their breaking points. Desperate soldiers were the hardest to deal with, and they could be extremely ruthless, especially since Qian Weimin's troops had been betrayed, and now their commander had been assassinated by Su Dongming. They were beyond anger. Therefore, even though they were exhausted, they were extremely tenacious. On the other side, Luo Qianni had failed in his attempt to assassinate Lu Huifeng. Both parties had also started a brawl within Sy County, with people dying one by one as time passed. Luo Qianni and Su Dongming were extremely clear that when Lu Huifeng and Qian Weimin were back, they would not let them off. Therefore, they had decided to attack first, and at the proper moment, they made their move against Lu Huifeng and Qian Weimin. Under the sudden ambush by Luo Qianni and Su Dongming, the troops of Lu Huifeng and Qian Weimin suffered greatly and were caught unprepared. What do we do? The infighting amongst the military heads had been noticed by the two heads of the government, and when Bao had immediately sought out Peng Mingda's opinion. Due to the divide and clash between the military, the police, and special forces that the government commanded could become the deciding factor. As long as when Bao and Peng Mingda were to command them to help out a single side, that side would definitely obtain victory. Peng Mingda did not skip a beat, as he said, "We will help neither. This is a matter amongst themselves. Let them handle it." Su Dongming had already sent people to notify Peng Mingda, requesting that Peng Mingda should send people to help him, otherwise not to interfere. After this battle, both Su Dongming and Luo Qianni will follow Peng Mingda's lead. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the army would definitely have suffered. A weaker army that would obey Peng Mingda appealed to him greatly. That won't do. If they continue like this, the victorious side will still have suffered. This will not be beneficial to the defense of our Sy County. We should make a decision now. When Bao frowned as he urged, Peng Mingda seemed to reply enigmatically as he said, "If you insist on interfering in this battle, then I feel that we should immediately send people to aid Su Dongming and Luo Qianni in suppressing the others. Su Dongming and Luo Qianni possess the strongest force now and have already gained the advantage in this battle. If we help them, we can easily subdue Lu Huifeng and the rest. If we were to help Lu Huifeng and the rest, facing Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, we would definitely suffer more." When Bao considered a while before furrowing his brows even further and said, "But Su Dongming and Luo Qianni abandoned their posts and friends to escape and even ambush their ex-comrades. This type of behavior is too despicable. How can we help these shameless bastards? Furthermore, since their characters are so untrustworthy, if during the defense of the county they decide to evacuate, then what? We should send our men to help Lu Huifeng in exterminating Su Dongming and Luo Qianni." Peng Mingda frowned deeper, and his forehead formed 3 lines. "If Su Dongming and Luo Qianni's troops get annihilated, who will we use to defend Sy County?" When Bao's eyes flashed with determination, "If we can't defend any longer, we can leave Sy County and make for Ningguang County. Yue Zhong's side definitely requires manpower. He would not turn down our request." Peng Mingda could not help but spit because he absolutely 100% didn't want to lose power. "Bao, if we go to Ningguang County, you won't be the mayor of Sy County anymore." When Bao laughed lightly, as he continued to show a determined look, "Compared to the life and death of 100,000 people, what is the point of my position? Those who sat in the governing position usually saw other lives as less important than their own post." When Bao was someone who valued his authority and position greatly. Prior to the apocalypse, he had approached his superiors countless times to try for a position. However, in the face of the lives of 100,000 people, he made the tough choice to give up his own power in exchange for the hope of life for 100,000 people. Peng Mingda thought quietly for a while before saying pointedly, "I'm not for sending our men to subdue Su Dongming and Luo Qianni. Then I'll bring them myself." When Bao stood up and turned around to walk out, he had already made up his mind. Peng Mingde looked at Wen Bao's back, and his eyes flashed with a strange gaze before turning vicious as he swiftly pulled out a gun he had kept for self-protection and aimed it at Wen Bao before firing. Peng! Peng! The sounds of gunfire rang out. At such a point-blank range, Wen Bao received 6 gunshot wounds, and he slumped to the floor in a pool of blood without even uttering a word, his eyes full of shock and regret. Peng Mingde's hands were trembling, as his eyes seemed to have clouded with madness. "SY County is mine. No one should think of taking it away. Wen Bao, don't blame me. Since you were in the way, you had to die." Peng Mingde had grown accustomed to being one of the top in SY County. He could sleep with whomever he wanted. He could order the death of whomever he disliked, and the person would not live to see another day. He could promote whomever he liked. All sorts of matters were under his control. He was like an emperor who decided the life, death, and even glory of the common people. Countless people idolized him, tried to curry favor with him, even feared him. His power exceeded that of the party's secretary prior to the apocalypse. He had become drunk on that power and was not willing to give it up. Thus he would resort to any means to protect his postillon. Peng Mingde summoned his trusted aides and experts and gave an order. "Situ Guang, go bring people immediately to take over command of the police force. If that Zhu Lufeng is not willing to give it up, execute him immediately." Upon receiving Peng Mingde's orders, his henchmen immediately went to work, making their way towards one of the key sectors. Situ Guang was a good-looking, stout 31 to 32-year-old man that was extremely charming. He handed a document to the Special Forces leader Zhu Lufeng and said, "Zhu Lufeng, I'm here to convey Secretary General Peng's orders to take over command of the Special Forces 1st Unit. These are the documents." Zhu Lufeng received the documents and scanned it carefully, discovering that it was genuine. He rearranged the papers before replying without a change of tone, "Situ Guang, if you want to take over my position as the leader of the Special Forces 1st Unit, you will require Mayor Wen's signature as well. Otherwise, you're not following the rules." Chapter 292, Onslaught. Chapter 0292, Onslaught. Situ Guang's eyes flashed coldly and handed another document to Zhu Lufeng. "This is the document Mayor Wen signed." Zhu Lufeng felt shock in his heart and hurriedly made to receive the document. If Wen Bao also really wanted to transfer him out, it would be troublesome. Now, Situ Guang saw that Zhu Lufeng lowering his head and his eyes flashed fiercely. Activating a flame claw skill, he attacked as a pair of flaming hot claws appeared on his hands, and he made a vicious strike towards Zhu Lufeng. Under the effect of the flame claw, even the covering of an armored vehicle would be punctured by him. It showed how terrifying his skill was. Zhu Lufeng was caught unprepared, and just as his body was about to be pierced by Situ Guang, his trusted aide beside him activated his own skill tornado, blowing harshly and sending Situ Guang flying to one side. However, the aide acted just a second too late, and Zhu Liufeng's entire right arm was penetrated by Situ Guang's flame claw. Nearly instantly, it was burnt cleanly off his shoulder, dropping to the ground W. At the same time, the 10 experts that had followed Situ Guang immediately activated their own abilities and charged at Zhu Lufeng and his aides. One of the experts working for Situ Guang immediately changed into a werewolf, shooting forward in front of the aide that saved Zhu Lufeng. He used both his claws to pierce the heart of the soldier, before pulling apart with all his strength, tearing the soldier in two, splattering blood and organs all over the floor. Another expert took out a .05 submachine gun and started firing at Zhu Liufeng's aides, and at that instant, 6 of them were hit by the bullets and fell to the floor. All those who followed beside Zhu Lufeng were his trusted aides. There are also the experts of SY County Special Forces, every single one of them possessing a unique ability. Each of them could hunt and kill 20 ordinary zombies with no problems, but they were definitely unable to defend against gunfire from such a close distance. "Captain, quickly escape. You must seek vengeance for us." One of the experts who had telekinesis erected a psychic barrier in front of the remaining members of the first unit as he hollered out in grief. As the bullets landed on the psychic barrier, they were deflected. One of the strength-based enhancers directly swung a huge hammer weighing over 50 kilograms, 100 gene, onto the psychic barrier. With a huge hong, the body of the telekinesis user shuddered, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. There were a lot of pros in utilizing the telekinesis ability, but the defense was based on the amount of spirit the user had. The moment the force exceeded what the spirit could take, the user will suffer backlash. With the support of the telekinesis user covering the rear, the remaining 4 aides of Zhu Lufeng immediately brought him and left the center swiftly. In this battle, they had suffered greatly under Situ Guang's despicable sneak attack. Under the continuous bombardment of attacks by Situ Guang's group of experts, the telekinesis user managed to hold on for another 3 seconds before being beaten down, and the expert wielding the hammer swung his weapon viciously, smashing the telekinesis user into a pulp. After decimating the entire group of the first unit, the werewolf expert brought another 5 enhancers with him and chased after the 4 who brought Zhu Lufeng away. Situ Guang went around subduing the members of the special forces in the government's name to gather everyone, so that the control lies with Peng Mingde. Peng Mingde then proceeded to send experts to the various parts of SY County to clear up the other factions of Wenbaohua. Those who used to throw their weight in with Wenbaohua were either annihilated or surrendered to Peng Mingde. In the chaos that ensued, there were a few factions that seized the opportunity to fight in an effort to expand their own force. There were a few other factions who also saw the chance to launch sneak attacks on other factions, to seize their weapons and rations, forming their own powers. The entire SY County was going down in a mess. Most of the ordinary survivors hid in their homes, as they trembled and looked on at the ongoings of SY County. Amidst the chaos, several mobs took to the streets and wreaked havoc, committing vandalism and theft, giving in to the inner demons of their hearts. Even prior to the apocalypse, there would be people who were like that during times of chaos and strife, and now during the post-apocalypse, there was no difference. In fact, following the change of the world, there were many more people who joined in the mobs than compared to the past. After obtaining control of the police, the armed police, as well as the special forces, Peng Mingde then deployed them to suppress the chaos in the county. When those policemen arrived, they were extremely harsh on those mobs, immediately executing those who were wreaking havoc. Regardless of the power behind them, when dealing with these troublemakers who liked to take advantage, the moment one captured them, one cannot be merciful. After deploying the police force to suppress the trouble within the county, Peng Mingde then sent the special forces the first chance he got to assist Su Dongmind and Luo Tianyi in subduing Qian Weimin and Lu Huifeng's troops. The fighting capabilities of the special forces were also tyrannical. There were elite snipers that were a vital part of the force. The moment they entered the fray, the troops of Qian Weimin and Lu Huifeng felt the pressure intensify. Being wiped out was only a matter of time. "Commander!" Su Jing'an came to Yue Zhong's side and woke him up from his slumber. As White Bones already possessed some basic intelligence, it did not feel any killing intent from Su Jing'an and thus did not hinder his actions. Yue Zhong opened his eyes immediately and jumped down from the bed and asked, "What is it, Battalion Commander Su?" Yue Zhong knew that they were in the midst of a crisis, and thus had slept with his clothes intact. Su Jing'an continued, "The soldiers of Qian Weimin and Lu Huifeng had been ambushed by Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi's troops. Qian Weimin had been assassinated, while Lu Huifeng had suffered a serious injury. Right now, there are soldiers from Lu Huifeng and Su Dongming outside, and they are seeking your audience. Take me there immediately." Yue Zhong quickly arrived in front of the 2 envoys by the 2 sides of the military. A 185 m tall, dark-skinned man with defined features and soldier-like demeanor spoke out first. Commander Yu, I am Li Hua, the commanding officer of the 2nd Company under Commander Lu's 1st Battalion. Our regiment, as well as Qian Weiman's regiment, have been ambushed by the traitors Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, and have suffered great losses. We hope that, Commander, you can lend a helping hand and help us clean out these traitorous scums. After the matter is settled, we will show our appreciation. Another similar-dressed soldier, with a bit of a refined aura, directly stated some offers for Yue Zhong's assistance. Commander Yu, I am Lu Minghai, Chief of Staff under Luo Tianyi. As long as you send your troops to help us annihilate Qian Weiman and Lu Huifeng's troops, we are willing to send you 300 beautiful virgins, 10,000 tons of rations, and help you train up personnel to handle artillery and tanks. At the same time, you may take in another 60,000 survivors from SY County. Compared to Lu Huifeng's side, where the conditions were not too clear, Luo Tianyi's side had indeed come up with an attractive offer. Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming knew how to work negotiations to their advantage. Hearing the conditions that Lu Minghai had stated, Li Hua's expression fell. Lu Minghai had a look of confidence as he looked at Yue Zhong. He believed Yue Zhong would accept his proposition gladly. After all, Qian Weiman and Lu Huifeng were about to be defeated. They were down to their last leg. Yue Zhong just had to deliver the last strike and could easily annihilate the two factions, after which he would gain immeasurable benefits. Yue Zhong heard Lu Minghai's words and revealed a cold smile. Go back and tell Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi there's only one road in front of them now. That is to surrender unconditionally. If they continue to put up a resistance, only death awaits. If it wasn't for the clash between your two armies, I would have already executed you. Get lost. Two soldiers walked over and grabbed onto Lu Minghai like he was a dead dog and dragged him out. Lu Minghai's expression changed as he shouted out fearfully, Commander Yu, let's talk things out. We can still discuss the terms. Yue Zhong then spoke in a heavy voice. Battalion Commander Su, immediately deploy Ningguang County's 2nd Battalion, 3rd Battalion, and 4th Battalion to attack Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. Yes, Commander. Su Zhengong responded and immediately left to convey the orders. Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi had abandoned their posts without a single word, infuriating Yue Zhong. Furthermore, if he could take them out now, the entire SY County would fall into Yue Zhong's hands. By then, he could take whatever he wants instead of waiting for people to give it to him. Li Hua seemed as though he had just escaped hell and entered heaven, with a look of ecstasy, and immediately thanked Yue Zhong profusely. Thank you, Commander Yu. Your magnanimity and help, we will definitely not forget. Go back and take command. Yue Zhong left one more sentence before he went out. Li Hua swiftly left the area and went back to his own troop. Under Su Zhengong's leadership, the 2nd, 3rd Battalion immediately joined in the fray, launching their ferocious assault on the troops of Su Dongming. Yue Zhong's 2nd and 3rd Battalions have recovered most of their energy after resting for a few hours. With the coordination and joint efforts of the remaining members of Qian Weiman's army, they continuously subdued and conquered many areas. Su Dongming's troops had went through an entire day's battle, followed the retreat in the night, and then a fierce battle with Qian Weiman's troops for a few hours. They were already beyond the point of exhaustion. The moment Yue Zhong's troops joined in, Su Dongming's forces were broken through repeatedly. Especially Yue Zhong's troops had the support of 12 howitzers, and every time the troops charged in, they would face the fierce bombardment of rockets or missiles. With the relentless attacks from the Ningguang County's 2nd and 3rd Battalions, Su Dongming's troops quickly lost their will to fight and started to retreat and tried to escape towards different directions. Some of the soldiers that were broken down even threw down their weapons, tore off their uniforms, and became normal survivors. Some directly surrendered to Yue Zhong's troops. They had already fought for an entire day and night and were extremely tired. Facing the constant attacks from the heavy artillery, they lost the will to fight on. After defeating Su Dongming's troops in one fell swoop, the 2nd and 3rd Battalion then made their way towards Luo Tianyi under the command of Su Zheng'an. Under the fierce attacks of the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, Luo Tianyi's troops also collapsed. However, within the troops of Luo Tianyi, there were some special forces soldiers that Peng Mingde that had assigned to aid Luo Tianyi. That was why they could forcefully maintain some sort of resistance. 3 of the soldiers from Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion proceeded cautiously through a street with covers. All of a sudden, one of the agility-based enhancers under Luo Tianyi jumped out from a corner, his hands wielding a .05 submachine gun, firing at the 3 soldiers wildly. A hail of bullets flew through the air and penetrated the mutant boar hide they wore, causing them to fall to the ground. After taking down those 3 soldiers, that agility-based enhancer immediately made his way to another corner. When the enhancer experts of Luo Tianyi engaged Yue Zhong's soldiers in a fierce battle, they might have dispersed under the pressure of the huge army, yet they also managed to kill a number of ordinary soldiers under Yue Zhong. Those experts would not stay too long at a single location, and thus the heavy artillery also posed little threat to them. Su Zheng'an received the feedback from the front lines, and he immediately deployed the entire unit and did not let any single team entire riskily. Instead, he chose to proceed and push slowly as entire force. A Special Forces elite sniper was proning on a rooftop of a bungalow, aiming at a small soldier. It was going to be the 6th kill for him today. The other 5 targets had already died at his hands with their heads exploding. He licked his lips as his finger twitched and rested on the trigger. Upon the Special Forces elite sniper's head had a new hole, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He was actually sniped by someone else. At the rooftop far away, he swiftly got up from his position and left this sniping spot before searching for his next target. Yue Zhong had sent his Special Combat Forces soldiers that had just rest for a while into the battlefield, and the ones to be taken out first had to be the snipers. The snipers posed the most danger to Yue Zhong's Special Combat Forces. Just a single elite sniper could threaten a number of experts under Yue Zhong. Amongst the Special Combat Forces, they had only about 8 elite snipers, led by Bai He. Together with the snipers of the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, they started massacring all the snipers of Luo Tianyi. Yue Zhong himself activated his encompassing bone armor, and like a tank, he directly charged into the midst of the experts within a post of Luo Tianyi, all by himself. The experts under Luo Tianyi saw Yue Zhong rushing into their post with his bone armor, and the sniper immediately started firing at will, attempting to kill him. Chapter 293, The Supremely Tyrannical Yue Zhong. Chapter 0293, The Supremely Tyrannical Yue Zhong. The Special Forces, as well as the 7 snipers under Luo Tianyi, aimed at Yue Zhong and fired the first chance they got. Right as they aimed at Yue Zhong, he had already sensed the danger and dashed to the right swiftly. The 7 bullets missed him and hit the ground, creating 7 small holes. On the other side, he led 8 other snipers, and they fired at the same time. Following the second round of gunshots, the Special Forces and 4 snipers under Luo Tianyi had their brains blasted into pieces. When Yue Zhong was forced to evade, 2 agility-based enhancers could not stand waiting behind cover and immediately charged out while hoisting their .05 submachine guns as they fired wildly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong just stood there like some demon lord incarnate, as the bullets bounced right off his bone armor. He opened his right hand, and 5 incredibly sharp spikes shot outwards, and with a little force, the 2 agility-based enhancers were immediately sliced in 5 pieces. After disposing of the 2 enhancers easily, he continued charging forwards like a tank, gunning for Luo Tianyi's position. He is Yue Zhong. Join me and take him down. Once he's killed, the rest will collapse. The top expert hired by Luo Tianyi, Chen Xiong, saw Yue Zhong rushing in, and he hollered to the remaining 17 experts of his group. The bone armor on Yue Zhong had become like his symbol. The moment Chen Xiong saw it, He recognized Yue Zhong, and he was immediately filled with killing intent. If Yue Zhong had not appeared, they would have definitely lost the battle. The only question was how much damage could they deal to Yue Zhong's troops before they lost. Now that he was personally here, it gave them a chance to turn the tides. The 18 experts, with Xiaoyun leading the charge, all stepped out from behind their cover, as they wielded all sorts of weapons and charged towards Yue Zhong. "You're looking for death." Yue Zhong looked at the soldiers charging at him, and his eyes possessed a cold gleam. Swiping his ring, he swiftly pulled out a PF-98 anti-tank rocket launcher in his hands. With a roar and flash, a rocket swiftly flew out and exploded on one of the experts who was not wielding any weapons, preparing to use his telekinesis ability. With a loud explosion, the telekinesis user was immediately blasted into pieces. At the next moment, a huge vine burrowed out from the ground, shooting towards Yue Zhong. It was the vine manipulation ability of one of the enhancers present. 3 other strength-based enhancers directly lifted their heavy weapons and rushed towards Yue Zhong. There were 2 experts who had high levels in their firearms control. One was holding grenade launcher, and he fired at Yue Zhong. Due to the firearms control ability, they had superb aim. Within a range of 100 m, they would definitely hit their target. 6 agility-based enhancers activated their shadow steps and high-speed movement abilities to charge at Yue Zhong. They knew normal bullets would not be able to hurt Yue Zhong, and since they did not carry any other weapons with them, they had to become a form of attack themselves. A spirit-based enhancer tried to use his spirit blast ability, only to discover that it was useless. As a spirit-based evolver, Yue Zhong's spirit was averaging 11 times higher spirit than normal people, and the spirit blast attack from the enhancer was simply ridiculous. 2 other enhancers that possessed the Summon Beast skill summoned a huge bear that towered over 2 m, as well as a huge tiger. Both beasts shot towards Yue Zhong. Other than that, there was an enhancer with the curse ability, and he was currently chanting, as a magical symbol appeared in the sky, signifying the forming of a magic spell. Xiaoyun himself was a strength-based evolver, and his strength was beyond comparison. He wore the hide of a Type 2 mutant blackfish. They had earlier hunted a Type 2 mutant blackfish as well. That was remade into an armor piece, his head donning a helmet, and he carried a QJ's-89 easily as he fired wildly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes stared icily as he activated his devil flames, and a huge fireball was conjured out of thin air, immediately incinerating the vine below him. With just a wave of his hand, 5 bone spears were shot towards the 5 agility-based enhancers. In that instant, the 5 bone spears pierced the heads of those 5 agility-based enhancers, stringing them up and nailing them to the ground. Xiaoyun was firing wildly with his QJ's-89 at Yue Zhong, yet those bullets that could pierce holes in armored tanks could only leave faint white scars on Yue Zhong's bone armor. At the same time, the resulting explosion blew Yue Zhong back by a few meters. Xiaoyun discovered that the hail of firepower could not do a single thing to Yue Zhong, and his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? This is actually heavy ammunition. Why is it that his defense could not be broken? Yue Zhong flashed about and dodged the countless bullets and grenades, shooting towards Xiaoyun and activating his Devil Flame skill again. A huge Devil Flame tornado conjured out of thin air, and it consumed Xiaoyun, the 2 summoned beasts, as well as the 3 strength-based enhancers. After the firestorm stopped, Xiaoyun and the 3 strength-based enhancers have been incinerated. Even the QJ's-89 in Xiaoyun's hands had melted into a pool of metal. Only the armor made of the Type 2 mutant blackfish was intact, which showed the freakish defense of the beast. "I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender." The remaining agility-based enhancer saw how tyrannical Yue Zhong was, that even Xiaoyun could not last a second, and he was so frightened that he immediately kneeled on the floor and threw his weapon down, bawling loudly. Yue Zhong glanced at the enhancer who lost his fighting will, and pointed at the enhancer with the curse ability as a fireball shot out and directly exploded on his head, causing his head to disappear. Surrender or death. You have 3 seconds to make your decision. Yue Zhong turned his head and looked at the remaining experts of Luo Tianyi coldly as he called out. I surrender, don't kill me. Commander Yu, I surrender. I surrender. The experts that were gathered by Luo Tianyi had hurriedly kneeled on the floor in fright. Yue Zhong's vicious methods had caused them to lose their courage. They did not dare put up any further resistance. Yue Zhong eyed those enhancers that submitted to him and said, Good. Charge into Luo Tianyi's position. I want them thoroughly wiped out. Yes. Commander Yu. Yes. The remaining 7 experts quickly acknowledged and followed behind Yue Zhong to charge into Luo Tianyi's base. With Yue Zhong leading this group, they quickly arrived in front of Luo Tianyi. The enhancer with the Spirit Blast ability immediately used his ability on those soldiers of Luo Tianyi when he saw them, and most of them died on the spot with their eyes turning white and leaking blood tears before throwing up blood and dying. Ulamog, I'm so not mopping that up. The 2 summoning experts immediately called out 10 huge wolves. On orders, they shot forward with incredible speed, charging into the ranks of the soldiers and gleefully ripping out their throats. The agility-based enhancer zipped about, appearing from behind corners, and uses guns to great effect, picking off the soldiers one by one. The enhancer that had the vine manipulation ability was extremely crafty as well. Using his power from time to time, he would cause his vines to burrow out of the ground, penetrating the ordinary soldiers' feet or suddenly growing up into their bodies, killing them. Yue Zhong was still decked in his bone armor, wielding his 05 submachine guns and charging in the front. With only his individual strength, he managed to suppress the troops of Luo Tianyi. Those soldiers who were unfortunate to poke their heads out would immediately be shot in the head by him. With only this small group of experts led by Yue Zhong, the entire army of Luo Tianyi was defeated. Su Zhengong saw the development and immediately ordered the 2nd and 3rd Battalion to join the battle, making their way towards Luo Tianyi in a rush. Luo Tianyi's troops, as well as the special forces, could not maintain their resistance and started to retreat towards SY County. As Yue Zhong's troops were hot in pursuit, a group consisting of the police, armed police, and special forces had constructed a few defenses, forcefully impeding the advance of Yue Zhong's 2nd and 3rd Battalion. Peng Mingde personally came to the front lines and made use of a loudhailer to speak to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, I am Peng Mingde. I want you to call off your army now. This is an internal matter between our factions in SY County. You shouldn't interfere too much. Peng Mingde continued in his self-righteous voice. Commander Liu, Commander Shun, things can be talked through. We should settle this amicably over a meeting and stop the pointless slaughter amongst ourselves. If you continue, the soldiers are the ones who suffer. They are all important and excellent soldiers. If they had to die, it should be during a battle against the zombies for the sake of our country, not in these internal conflicts. Just because of your own fury, you guys have caused the needless deaths of so many soldiers. Don't you feel ashamed? Peng Mingde was, after all, a politician, and whenever he spoke, he tried to use logic and reason to sway the masses. Hearing Peng Mingde's words, the troops of Qian Weimin and Lu Huifeng were moved. Lu Huifeng's eyes went red as he grabbed a loudhailer and shouted, Peng Mingde, fuck your bullshit. Today your daddy. I want the heads of those bastards Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. Because of them, so many of our brothers have died. If they're not dead, your words are meaningless. Peng Mingde had a strange glint in his eyes. As long as Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi are dead, you will not pursue the matter? Lu Huifeng replied loudly. Of course. As long as the 2 of them are dead. Your daddy, I won't continue fighting. Chapter 294, Conquering SY County. Chapter 0294, Conquering SY County. Good. Make sure you keep your word. Peng Mingde's mouth raised in an arc as he waved his hands, and 2 special forces brought out Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi in front of the 2 armies. Su Doming's expression was steely as he cursed out, Peng Mingde, you damn bastard, you will die a horrible death. Luo Tiany's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Peng Mingde. Peng Mingde, fuck you and your entire family. Fuck your mother with a pointy stick. The moment Su Dongming and Luo Tiany had retreated, they were immediately captured by the experts sent by Peng Mingde. They did not expect that the allies that had helped them not long ago would turn on them so quickly. Peng Mingde spoke in a clear voice. Su Dongming and Luo Tiany had abandoned their posts during the Great Battle and had instigated a coup against their allies. There is evidence to prove it. For their crimes, they will be executed according to military law. Carry out the punishment. Two armed police stepped out and aimed their guns at the heads of Su Dongming and Luo Tiany and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Following the gunshots, Su Dongming and Luo Tiany had a new hole in their heads leaking blood as they slumped to the floor lifelessly. Peng Mingde looked on as Su Dongming and Luo Tiany died. His eyes flashed with delight. After their deaths, he could easily subdue the old troops of these two men. Counting the police, armed police, and special forces that he now controlled, he could become the strongest power in SY County. Lu Huifeng and Shen Hongyang had already been defeated. He would possess the strongest force. He could then employ other means in the future to slowly take over their military as well and thoroughly control SY County. Lu Huifeng looked at the lifeless bodies of Su Dongming and Luo Tiany, and he finally released the bit of anger he had kept, but at the same time, he felt the loss. Right at this time, Yue Zhong brought his special forces and charged into the ranks of Lu Huifeng, pointing a gun at Lu Huifeng and spoke coldly. Commander Lu, you have two choices now. The first is to surrender to me and integrate into my troops. The other is to die with your troops. At almost the same time Yue Zhong made his move, Ningguang County 2nd and 3rd Battalions also turned on the troops of Lu Huifeng. Qian Weiman's troops had already been captured and locked after they were saved by Yue Zhong. Lu Huifeng looked at the gun, pointed at his head, and he laughed bitterly. If I surrender, what will become of my subordinates? Yue Zhong did not hide anything and said, all the soldiers will receive education and reintegrate into many different units under me. I will treat them fairly. Lu Huifeng's troops were veteran soldiers that Yue Zhong valued. Initially, Yue Zhong had sent troops to help Lu Huifeng because he was eyeing the veterans. Lu Huifeng seemed to be agreeable, and he asked, what about me? What treatment will I receive if I surrender? Yue Zhong sincerely extended his invitation. You will get to enjoy the privileges of a lieutenant colonel. Furthermore, I would like to invite you to become a military instructor in my military school and provide training to my officers in all forms of modern warfare. Yue Zhong's military school lacked the guidance of an experienced military instructor, and he had no choice but to select outstanding commanders like Su Jingnong to be on the front lines often. The reasoning was, of course, to lead his military, save survivors, and engage in resource hunting. The military academy did lack an instructor with the adequate experience and knowledge in modern warfare. Yue Zhong had obtained many incredible equipments from the mechanized infantry brigade after all, but he lacked the professional knowledge and hence could not utilize them. If he had the necessary technicians, his unit's combat prowess would definitely increase by a few times. Yue Zhong had done his investigations, and although Lu Huifeng was kind of a pervert and had married 3 wives after the apocalypse, his character was not bad. The 3 wives also followed him willingly. Although he did not have any outstanding achievements in his command, he followed the rules and was extremely sturdy as a leader. He did possess the qualifications as a commander. Lu Huifeng laughed lightly and replied light-heartedly, sure, I surrender. Lu Huifeng surrendered and his troops also put down their weapons and went with Yue Zhong willingly. Lu Huifeng's troops had fought for a very long time, and when they arrived at the rooms assigned to them, they fell into a deep slumber. Shen Hongyang looked at the loaded gun in front of him and said, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, Shen Hongyang Shan Shui and a few of their military officers were being surrounded at their place of residence. A few heavy weapons were aimed at them, and 300 soldiers had enclosed the area, not allowing even water to trickle past. Yue Zhong stepped up and spoke directly. "Commander Shun, I apologize, but we have to keep you here. We have already arranged for all sorts of heavy artillery to aim here. If there's any strange movement, then we're terribly sorry, but we will blast you guys to death." Shen Hongyang was a good commander who treated his subordinates fairly. If he was taken down, the troops would definitely not follow Yue Zhong willingly, and Yue Zhong would have no choice but to kill them all. Therefore, he had no choice but to temporarily trap Shen Hongyang. Of course, if Shen Hongyang really decided to try something, Yue Zhong would not hesitate to wipe him out. Shen Hongyang looked at Yue Zhong as he furrowed his brows and asked softly, "Battalion Commander Zhong, is Yue Zhong finally going to make his move on SY County?" This time, SY County had suffered a huge loss against the zombies. All the military heads had lost the majority of their troops. Yue Zhong, who had always kept his eye on SY County, could find no better time to subdue them all. The laws of the jungle, the strong preyed on the weak. Even after the apocalypse, it had not changed. As long as someone revealed his or her weakness, there would be countless hungry wolves that would pounce at the first opportunity. When Yue Zhong was weak, SY County had wanted to conquer and subdue him. Now he was stronger than them. He naturally would not hesitate to do the same. Only when both sides possessed the same strength could there be equality and peaceful negotiations. Zhang Niujiang had a worshipping look as he affirmed the news. "Yes, our boss Yu wants to control the whole SY County." Shen Honyang sighed and did not speak further. Now that Yue Zhong had set his mind on it and was willing to pay any price, controlling the entire SY County was not an impossible task. On the front lines, Peng Mingde eyed Yue Zhong's army that still had not retreated, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. As of now, the only person that could stop him from being the king of SY was Yue Zhong. Peng Mingde raised a loudhailer and called out, "Commander Liu, Yue Zhong, are you guys there? Let's have a good discussion." Yue Zhong walked out with huge strides and eyed Peng Mingde and said lightly, "Peng Mingde, surrender now. If you get your men to surrender, I can still leave you with a way out." Peng Mingde's face had a huge chance as he forcefully replied, "Yue Zhong, what are you talking about? Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, who have betrayed you guys, have already been dealt with, right? What reasons would you have to continue fighting? Don't tell me you're thinking of betraying your comrades and the government. If you're like this, you will become a sinner that went against his country and citizens. Attack. Annihilate those who dare resist." Yue Zhong waved his hand and shouted out the command. With a bang, a bloody bullet hole appeared in Peng Mingde's head as he fell to the floor. He had hidden himself 2 kilometers away and exhibited his fearsome sniping skills, directly taking out Peng Mingde, who had carelessly revealed his position. Following Yue Zhong's orders, 12 howitzers displayed their incredible offense as rounds of heavy artillery landed amongst the police force. Bombarded by the attacks of the rockets, a huge number of the police, armed police, and special forces were immediately incinerated. The death of Peng Mingde, who they had sworn loyalty to, caused them to lose their morale. The members of the police force tried escaping under the relentless attacks, abandoning all thoughts of resistance. Su Zhengong had ordered the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd battalions to charge at the desolate soldiers of Peng Mingde. The battle lasted only for a while, and Yue Zhong was incredibly successful. Everywhere he went, the police surrendered without a fight. Those who tried to resist were instantly executed by the soldiers of Yue Zhong's forces. This group of policemen, armed police, and special forces had been so easy to subdue was precisely because Peng Mingde had been assassinated. The other reason was that, due to Peng Mingde wanting to exert his full control over this unit, he had cleared out many of the officials, and all the members of the unit were feeling fearful and naturally did not have much fighting spirit. "Boss Situ, what do we do now?" Peng Mingda's 20 experts had gathered by Situ Guang's side, as they all looked to him fearfully. The experts gathered by Peng Mingda were fighters who could take on 10 individually, but compared to Yue Zhong's army, it was like a mantis trying to block a car. They could at most give Yue Zhong a little trouble. Situ Guang's eyes had a strange glint. We can't stay here any longer. We have already done so much for Peng Mingda. Let's leave now. Under the broad sky, based on our abilities, can't we carve something out for ourselves? Situ Guang had always been wild at heart. With Peng Mingda's death, no one could hold him back any longer. Good. We will follow Boss Situ and make a name for ourselves. Let's go obtain a stronghold for ourselves. The 20 members of the elite group whooped in delight, and under the lead of Situ Guang, they made their escape towards the distance. As SY County was really big, Situ Guang just had to follow the longer road and could avoid the bridge that Guo Quan was guarding to leave the county. Although the huge lands were filled with zombies, to experts like them, as long as the number did not exceed tens of thousands, ordinary zombies were helpless against them. With the escape of Situ Guang and his gang, the entire SY County had no other experts left to stand up to Yue Zhong. His troops quickly conquered and controlled the important channels of SY County. At the same time, any form of rebellion or mobs that arose were quickly quelled by him. After gaining control of SY County, Yue Zhong swiftly gave the order for his troops to rejuvenate themselves. At the same time, he assigned for the preliminary warriors to quickly begin work on the entrance of SY City and SY County. The horde of zombies were making their way here, and he had to make his preparations fast. Chapter 295, The Urgent 12 Hours. Chapter 0295, The Urgent 12 Hours. How much longer until the horde reaches us? Yue Zhong asked the recon soldier in front of him in a heavy tone. The recon soldier immediately replied, based on their current speed, it would take them roughly 12 hours to reach our first line of defense. Yue Zhong looked at the bloodshot eyes of the soldier and said, Go have a good rest. Yes, Commander. The soldier saluted and withdrew quickly. Just 12 hours? It's really too rushed. Yue Zhong frowned, his heart filled with anxiety. The horde that was coming closer to SY numbered in the 800,000s. Based on the current fighting strength of SY County, they would not be able to withstand the assault of that number. Although Yue Zhong absorbed the remaining military unit and police unit, the total number of fighters reaching 1,300, they could not be deployed straight away. The 4 battalions of Yue Zhong had engaged the zombies previously and had to escape with their lives, followed by the internal conflicts. They were extremely tired as well. Furthermore, the heavy weapons belonging to the military had been left behind during the battle against the zombies. Without heavy weaponry or fortification, trying to defend against the sea of zombies was simply impossible. It was a situation where he had to give up SY County. However, the current 140,000 survivors inside, having to transfer them was also a huge issue. Firstly, to gather all 140,000 was a problem in itself. As Yue Zhong had just disposed of the governing head Peng Mingda, the entire government had become paralyzed. Many officials had fled their posts. Those who stayed behind were wary and unsure of their future. Since the government was ineffective now, trying to mobilize all 140,000 survivors would definitely require more time. Yue Zhong told a signal officer to convey his orders. Go get Tai Yin, Cheng Pei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao, Yin Chong, Shun Hongyang, and bring them here. I want to see them here within 20 minutes. Tell them, if they aren't here after 20 minutes, they can forget about finding me in the future. The signal officer nodded and immediately left to carry out his duty. Yue Zhong then pulled Chen Shirtu over and questioned him. Chen Shirtu, go get the 8th Battalion and gather the survivors. Take those from Xinyang Street, Zhongshan Street, Yanjing Street, and Shijian Street, and gather them up. After that's done, transfer them according to order over the riverbank bridge and get them to Ningguang County. How much time do you need? Chen Shirtu thought for a while, before looking at Yue Zhong resolutely and replied, 6 hours. Please give me 6 hours. I promised to carry it out properly. Yue Zhong was a little short-tempered, and he shouted out, 4 hours. I will only give you 4 hours. After those 4 hours, you better be taking those people across the bridge. After they cross the bridge, give every single one of them a can of Type 2 meat. Eat as they move. If you can't complete this, you can forget about being a battalion commander anymore. Yue Zhong only had 12 hours to work with, and he had to gather all 140,000 survivors within 12 hours. It was extremely difficult. What's more, he had to get them across the riverbank bridge that was not exactly wide. Other than those 140,000, there were the few 100,000 tons of rations, various other foods, precious machinery, other kinds of production materials that require transportation as well. These were all important items to be sent out of SY County. Every minute, every second counted, and time was extremely precious. If there wasn't enough time to transport all 140,000 people over the bridge, Yue Zhong had to get his precious soldiers to fight and buy precious time for the transportation to be carried out. The kind of price where he had to put his life and his soldiers' lives on the line was something he was not willing to pay so easily. The immense pressure was weighing down on Yue Zhong, and it caused him to be frustrated, and his temper was shorter. After all, Yue Zhong was only human. Even though he had gained a lot of enhancements through his own efforts, these 2 days he had been fighting on the front line as much as he could, and his rest time was extremely short. Under that huge pressure, he was naturally less amiable. Chen Shirtu frowned, and he asked directly, "What do I do if those survivors don't want to cooperate?" In this world, there are many types of people, some who like to wreak havoc under the pressure of imminent danger, and there would definitely be accidents. Yue Zhong replied with an icy voice, "I'll permit you to use any means to complete this mission. I only want results. I don't care about the process." Chen Shirtu shuddered in his heart as replied loudly, "Yes, I will perform this well." After making the promise, Chen Shirtu quickly ran out from the small room. For hours was incredibly tough and urgent for him. Within 20 minutes, Tai Yin, Cheng Peipei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao, Yun Chang, and Shun Hongyang had all gathered in front of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was the controller of SY County now. A single order could cause their entire family to be razed to the ground. They could not afford to offend him. Yue Zhong glanced at Tai Yin and the other 4, excluding Shun Hongyang, and said, "Tai Yin, Cheng Peipei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao, and Yun Chang. When you go back, immediately gather all the survivors towards the riverbank bridge and await orders. The more survivors that are gathered the better I'll reward you after." The Tai family, Cheng family, Lu Yujiao, and Yun Chang had decent authority within SY County. Yue Zhong could only make use of these heads to quickly mobilize the numerous survivors within the city, as he was not yet the widely accepted leader unlike in Ningguang County and Xinyuan County. Tai Yin was astute and could detect some hint of urgency within Yue Zhong's words and asked, "Brother Yue, did something happen?" The other 5 picked up on Tai Yin's concern and also looked towards Yue Zhong. They had felt that something was wrong. Yue Zhong was never this anxious, and his words revealed his current mood. Yue Zhong had a dark look as he said softly, "After 11 hours, the zombie horde of SY County will reach the city. That is to say, SY City has only 11 hours left." Hearing Yue Zhong's words, all of the 6 people present had a huge change in expression. They did not expect that things would be dire to this extent. When the army was defeated and the clash amongst the heads happened, under those conditions, the huge horde of zombies were basically unhindered and had no enemies. SY City was basically a sitting duck. Cheng Peipei knew Yue Zhong would not lie about such a grave matter, but she still could not help and ask, "Is this real, Yue Zhong?" "Yes." Yue Zhong looked towards Shan Hongyang, who was kept prisoner in his own home earlier, and immediately stated his terms. "Commander Shun, I apologize for the treatment earlier. I had no choice then, and I need your help now." Yue Zhong stared fixedly at Shan Hongyang and said softly, "As long as you send your troops and help us tide this over, I just want 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters, and their support personnel. After we're done with this, I can let you and your troops take a fixed amount of ammo, 2 tons of fuel, 100 tons of food, and leave. Wherever you want to go, I would definitely not stop you. Although Yue Zhong valued the veterans under Shen Hongyang, if he were to kill Shen Hongyang now, he would not dare to utilize the troops. Shen Hongyang's position within his troops was still very high. Killing Shen Hongyang would just force the remaining troops to take up arms against Yue Zhong. Shen Hongyang smiled lightly as he looked at Yue Zhong, his eyes twinkling with a little pride. If I cannot even protect the citizens, how can my troops be called an army? This time, even if I help you, it isn't for anything else but the citizens of SY County. After this battle, I am willing to hand my troops to you, but I hope that you will treat them fairly. When compared to Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, Shen Hongyang was truly different. He valued his subordinates and was truly a commander who fought for his country. Even in a world where values and principles were trampled upon, Shen Hongyang was still someone who stuck to his beliefs, even if it was a little naive. Yue Zhong was surprised, and he nodded. Fine, don't worry. I will definitely treat them fairly. After the meeting concluded, the 6 people quickly left the place and embarked on their duties. Yue Zhong also released all the troops under Shen Hongyang that were captured and returned their light weapons to them. As for heavy weapons, each person was allocated a grenade only. Without heavy weapons, Shen Hongyang's troops did not pose a threat to Yue Zhong. The only people they had to be wary of were the experts. Under Yue Zhong's orders, the entire SY City had begun moving. The 2,000 over soldiers at the forefront of SY City were currently using whatever materials they had to construct their fortifications. All sorts of barbed wires, steel wires, barricades, cones, even some old-fashioned defenses were brought out. The barricades and traffic cones were simple and crude, but were extremely efficient against the ordinary zombies. To Yue Zhong's troops, the ordinary zombies were the toughest to deal with, instead of the evolved ones, due to their numbers. The ordinary zombies gave an impression that they were endless. If it wasn't for the huge numbers of the ordinary zombies, the military would have annihilated the evolved zombies long ago. On the riverbank bridge, there were numerous vehicles constantly transporting food and rations over to the other side, placing them down, and then using the bridge to re-enter SY City and continue their moving. Once the rations were transported to the other end, they were safe for the time being. Within SY City, Chun Shirtu and Tai Yin were gathering people near the bridge, separating them into groups of male, women, elderly, and children. After the apocalypse, there were still the elderly around, although their numbers were not high, being about 5% of the total number of survivors. Guoquan assigned soldiers to guard the bridge. It was after all the lifeline for Yue Zhong's troops. If something were to happen to it, Yue Zhong and his army would be trapped in SY City. If they wanted to go to Ningguang County from there, they would have to go by a detour of around 100 kilometers, going into dangerous areas which they had not yet explored. After making a series of arrangements, Yue Zhong handed over the running of the tasks to De Guzi. He had always been assisting Yue Zhong in overseeing affairs and transfer of goods and people. In fact, was extremely familiar with all the different types of jobs. With the help of De Guzi, Yue Zhong could also heave a sigh of relief. Yue Zhong walked out of the office and felt that the horizon looked a little dark. He lifted his head, only to see dark clouds gathering, the air humid, as though it was going to rain. The weather. Don't tell me it's going to rain? Yue Zhong's expression turned ugly as he thought. Mobilizing troops in the rain was the toughest, even for the well-trained soldiers. Not to mention those survivors who had undergone so much hardships and weren't in the best of health. If preparations were not made for those survivors to move in the rain, the moment it poured there would be at least a fourth of them who would fall and never get up again. Fuck! Yue Zhong could not help but swear as he hurriedly rushed into the command center. Yue Zhong had a green expression as he called out, "De Guzi!" Immediately notify Guoquan, get him to think of a way to prepare some umbrellas and raincoats, and quickly distribute the type 2 meat to those survivors that have gathered. Make sure they eat it. Those items that have been moved over the bridge, find some place to shelter them now. De Guzi nodded his head and immediately conveyed the command to Guoquan. Yes. Commander Yu. Xiaoyun, who had been promoted to a deputy commander of a company, grumbled to Guoquan. Battalion commander, the leader's orders are too rigorous. We only have a battalion's worth of people here. How can we manage so much? Guoquan's 1st Battalion of Ningguang County only had 400 people. Not only did they have to maintain security over the bridge, they had to keep watch over those people who were being moved across the bridge, and they were in charge of distributing the Type 2 meat as well. Everyone was worked to the bone. Guoquan looked to Xiaoyun, ordered. The orders from our leader has to be followed, regardless of how harsh it gets. Xiaoyun, take some men and get some helpers from the survivors. Tell them to help distribute the Type 2 meat. The umbrellas and raincoats, you can assign them to other people as well. Try your best to find them. Umbrellas and raincoats were items that were hard to find in such a short time. Guoquan understood Yue Zhong's desire to save these survivors and made the best judgment as he handed out the Type 2 meat to the survivors. As long as they ate the meat, they could recover their vitality quickly. That way, they stood a fighting chance. If they didn't have the meat, the moment they were caught in the rain, their weak bodies might collapse from hypothermia. Yes, Battalion Commander, Xiaoyun replied, and he went to the survivors and used the price of 10 jin of rice to hire over 400 survivors to help him. The moment Xiaoyun expressed that there would be free food given out, a long line formed in front of the 400 helpers. Every survivor was given an ammo cartridge, and it was the necessary item to exchange for a can of meat. As long as they handed over a shell casing, they were given a can of Type 2 meat. Chapter 296, Cruel Rain. Chapter 0296, Cruel Rain. You stole my canned meat. You stole my canned meat. Just as Xiaoyun was leading the troops in their distribution, there was a kid tugging on a middle-aged man who had just exchanged for a canned meat and was shouting loudly. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed fiercely, and he kicked out with viciousness, knocking the kid to the floor. You little bastard. Who the fuck are you calling a thief? Your daddy. I used the ammo cartridge to exchange for this canned meat. Call out one more time, and I'll cripple you. Stop. Xiaoyun frowned and walked over, asking, what's going on? The middle-aged man bowed and nodded his head towards Xiaoyun and said, Bro, this little bastard is framing me for stealing his canned meat. I had exchanged this canned meat for the ammo cartridge. The worker over there can vouch for me. Xiaoyun looked towards the worker. The worker swiftly nodded his head and said, It's true. He did exchange an ammo cartridge for a canned meat. Xiaoyun looked at the kid and said coldly, Little brat, what do you have to say for yourself? The kid stood up and had an enraged expression as he pointed at the man and said, This man stole my ammo cartridge to exchange for the canned meat. He still has one more cartridge within his clothes. Check him if you don't believe me. Xiaoyun commanded, Grab him. 2 soldiers stepped towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he took a few steps back before calling out loudly, The army is killing people. The army is killing people. Help me. Help me. This middle-aged man was the leader of a small band of thieves. During the post-apocalypse, he had also gathered a small group of brothers. With a shout, his comrades hidden within the survivors also started shouting, The army is killing people. The army is killing us. Let's escape. After which, those thieves immediately made their escape towards different directions. Humans are easily influenced in a crowd. When those words were shouted, a number of the survivors could not help but became fearful and followed the lead of the thieves. Guoquan, who was standing further away, saw the group of escaping people, and he gritted his teeth before shouting the order, Open fire! In an instant, the soldiers that were on standby opened fire on those survivors, and a dense hail of bullets rained upon the survivors, turning them into sieves within a few moments. In just 10 seconds, 200 people had fallen to the ground in huge pools of blood, many of them crying out in pain. Guoquan was helpless and felt even more pained. They only had 300 people. To quell any sort of commotion, they had to resort to the harshest means, Otherwise, the entire group could overcome their small unit. Who dares to run? You will be executed immediately. Who dares shout nonsense? You will be shot as well. Get down on the floor. No one moves. Whoever moves will die. Su Yang's expression was steely by now, and used his gun to aim at the man who instigated the riot before pulling the trigger. With a pong, the middle-aged man who had had a smug look was shot dead, and his body slumped to the floor like a limp noodle. During the frenzied firing, those survivors had screamed out in terror and fell to the ground. Their bodies trembled nonstop, not daring to move. Su Yang had a steely expression as he looked towards the direction of the other instigators. Fucking bastards. Damn you, you bastards. We're giving you a lifeline out of goodwill. We gave you food and drinks. You spineless scum dare to give us trouble. Where are those assholes who shouted earlier? Silence. Every single survivor was silent. Under the influence of the corrupted society, everyone minded their own business, no one daring to meddle too much. After all, those troublemakers were together. They did not want to invite trouble. Su Yang's eyes flashed with rage and killing intent. With a gesture, over 10 soldiers raised their throw 3 rifles and pointed them at the survivors as Su Yang shouted, "You don't want to say, right? Fine. You have backbone. Men, prepare to execute the whole bunch of them." Since there are people who dare to create trouble, and those who know but aren't stepping forward to point them out, kill the whole lot of them. Seeing those gleaming black guns, the survivors could not bear it, and they started pointing fingers at the band of thieves as they shouted, "Don't shoot. It's this guy. They're the ones who shouted earlier. It's him." Those band of thieves saw that the situation was against their favor, and they tried to frame others. "It was obviously you who said it. You dare to say it's me." Su Yang directly got his subordinates to drag those survivors who were pointed out. He then chose one, whom after confirming the authenticity by checking with the majority, he beheaded in front of everybody. Seeing the fresh blood spraying up into the air in front of them like some demented apocalyptic rain, the survivors all felt terrified. Su Yang directed his gaze at those he dragged out and coldly said, "Those who lied, the moment you are caught, you will be beheaded. Those who own up and point out the rest, I could give you leave to go with your life. Those who try to take advantage to malign others, if I find out, I'll break your waist." Under Su Yang's cruel methods, the instigators of the riot were quickly identified. 2 males were beheaded immediately, while another had his waist broken. The poor bloke did not die instantly. Instead, he struggled on the floor in excruciating agony for a long while before dying with a final painful whimper. Seeing the brutal and bloody scene, all the remaining survivors were thoroughly shocked and did not dare make any strange moves. One of the soldiers pointed to the 7 remaining troublemakers who owned up and asked Su Yang, "Commander, what do we do with these assholes?" Su Yang waved his hands. "Send them to the Scum Battalion." The Scum Battalion was basically cannon fodder for Yue Zhong and was always in need of manpower. After the dust settled on the mini-riot, Su Yang walked to the front of the survivors, and he held a loudhailer as he shouted, "All you bastards, listen up. If anyone dares stir up any more trouble, you better point him out at the first chance you get. Otherwise, you will all be sent to the Scum Battalion to fight with the zombies on the front line. And everyone only gets 1 canned meat. If you dare steal anyone else's, I will send those thieves to the Scum Battalion as well." Facing the arduous journey to come, a can of Type 2 mutant beast meat was equivalent to a survivor's life. Stealing a can that could replenish someone's vitality was the same as stealing the chance for the person to live. Su Yang had to reinforce this and mete out heavy punishments for infractions. Only through this method could he control the survivors and keep them from getting out of hand. The survivors saw that Su Yang was like an enraged, vicious god, and their expressions were frozen in fear. No one dared to move or say anything. Su Yang took a can of Type 2 mutant beast meat and threw it to the kid and said, "Here, it's yours. Dig in quickly." The boy immediately opened the can and started devouring it. The moment the meat entered his body, He could feel the warmth spreading throughout his body, filling his little frame with a rush of energy. Right at this time, raindrops started to fall from the sky. Damn you heavens! Xiaoyun looked to the skies, and under the sudden downpour, he could not help but curse. With the heavy rain, the survivors gathered were instantly drenched. They looked at Xiaoyun and the soldiers surrounding them, not daring to move. What do we do now? Commander! Xiaoyun had been drenched to the toes as he ran to Guoquan and asked. Immediately dispatch people to cross the bridge. Guoquan looked at the untimely downpour, and he gritted his teeth as he spat out. Xiaoyun's face fell. What? Now? Those bastards don't have any raincoats. They will definitely be drenched. Guoquan's eyes flashed with a pained expression before he gave the order resolutely. We only have 7 hours left. The horde will then catch up with us. The people who have crossed the bridge are not even in the 10,000s. We still have over 130,000 people waiting behind. Everyone needs to cross now. This is an order. Go carry it out. I'll shoulder all responsibilities. This command was extremely harsh. With the current downpour, expecting the survivors to cross without any raincoats, coupled with the fact that their bodies are so weak, they were bound to fall sick. Even if they crossed the bridge and didn't die on the spot, many of them would definitely fall ill and be too sick to move. Although Yue Zhong had the life-saving grass, but it had no effect to the common ailments such as flu and fever that had no poison. SY County was also short on medical supplies. One could imagine the potential casualties of those who got caught in the rain. Xiaoyun had a grim look as he replied, Yes, Commander, I'll go carry out your orders. Whatever happens, I'll shoulder them with you. After that, Xiaoyun hurried left to convey the command and quickly rushed the different groups into crossing the bridge. The younger children were the future of humanity, while the females could bear more children. Although it was extremely cruel, the elderly, especially those without any special skills, were the last to cross the bridge. They were holed up in a nearby building. Only after the majority had crossed was it their turn. Unless they were doctors or scientists that had some value to the future of mankind, they did not receive any special treatment. In the heavy rain, countless survivors were herded across the bridge, walking towards the other side. After they had crossed, they had to continue for another 500 m before they came to a building to rest. Only by crossing the bridge could they be considered safe. Chapter 297, Tough Crossing. Chapter 0297, Tough Crossing. The autumn rain was extremely chilly, and the heavy downpour beating down on the survivors caused their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The Type 2 meat was not a wonder drug after all. In that cold, harsh rain, the weaker survivors fell amidst the downpour, never to get up again. Amongst those who fell, there were children, women, and men, but regardless of who it was, no one would help to support them. The people behind continued to push the human sea forward while trampling on the dead, and the people forward had no choice but to continue moving or join the ones on the ground. Even when the soldiers under Yue Zhong saw this happening, they could only harden their hearts and ignored it. They had to get the survivors across the bridge as soon as possible. Every minute they delayed, the soldiers fighting at the front lines would have to stay put a little longer. Under the 1st Battalion's watchful gaze, the survivors lined up obediently, crossing the bridge according to the given order. Nonetheless, the speed was at its maximum and could not be quickened. The bridge was 500 m long, and the number of people that could cross per hour was at most 12,000 people. This was under the condition that there was no blockade and was the fastest speed they could muster. After 7 hours, approximately 80,000 survivors had crossed the bridge. At the same time, 400 had collapsed on the way. The heavy downpour not only claimed the lives of the weaker survivors, it had impeded the actions of Tai Yin and the rest of the group. No one wanted to be drenched in the rain as well. After 7 hours, the warriors on the front line together with Yue Zhong saw the sea of zombies approaching from the distance. The moment the horde appeared, all sorts of firepower was rained upon the horde. Facing the assault of the heavy weaponry, the zombies in the front were like wheat that was reaped, falling down line by line. Very soon, the zombies behind shambled forward to fill the gaps. At the same time, there were other zombies laying around that got up slowly and started to push towards SY City as well. Those steel barbed wires, barricades, and various other blockades exhibited their effectiveness, as those ordinary zombies that only knew how to advance were caught and fell to the ground. Same as the humans, the fallen zombies were being trampled by the zombies behind, turning them into piles of meat mush. The cones and sharp fortifications caused countless other zombies to be impeded and killed even. However, the moment those L2S that towered above 2M appeared on the battlefield, they used their monstrous strength to forcefully crush those fortifications. The zombies relied on their numbers and lack of fear for death, carving a path out for themselves in their steady advance. The sea of zombies was an extremely simple, yet terrifying tactic. Just relying on their endless numbers and their disregard for death, they could go on forever. Yue Zhong and Shun Hongyang's troops had joined together and were killing the zombies constantly, but could feel the taxing nature of having to deal with such a tactic. Regardless of how many zombies they killed, there would be more from behind to replenish the ranks. They lost position after position as they retreated at each juncture. Guoquan, what's the status report on the bridge crossing? Hurry, check and reply back to me. On the front lines, Yue Zhong was wielding a 05 submachine gun and firing wildly at the horde while he was shouting into the walkie-talkie with the other hand. Facing the hundreds of thousands of zombies, even if Yue Zhong was a dual attribute evolver, he was practically useless. He had stood at the forefront because he wanted to use his own power to lessen the pressure on the other soldiers. Guoquan swiftly replied, 91,000 survivors have crossed. Flames of fury arose in Yue Zhong's heart. As he was gunning down tens of zombies, he shouted into the walkie-talkie and raged. What the fuck are you doing? How come there are only 91,000 of them across? The 800,000 zombies was moving towards them like tidal waves of the sea. Yue Zhong's warriors were forced to abandon their posts as they retreated bit by bit. It was a critical situation. All the soldiers were feeling the fatigue. They had been engaged in long hours of warfare and had not gotten the necessary rest. They were humans, not robots, and could not withstand such long, intense battles. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong standing like a general in front of them, igniting their morale and fighting spirit like a fighting god, they would have collapsed long ago. Regardless of how much Yue Zhong inspired the troops, the fact was that the soldiers were exhausted. If the intense battle was to go on for too long, they would not be able to hold up. The assault of the sea of zombies was simply too ferocious. Even in the cold rain, many of the barrels were overheating and became useless. Numerous soldiers had swollen shoulders because of the recoil, and they were relying on their fighting breaths and will to hang on. As long as the leader was not useless, the soldiers of China were soldiers that could fight on with a strong fighting spirit star. Although Yue Zhong had his shortcomings, he was the one who always fought in front. Perhaps he was tyrannical at times, but he treated his soldiers fairly, and he always led his troops into victory after victory, creating myriad miracles. This type of leader was a commander soldiers were willing to fight to the death with. On the other side, Guoquan laughed bitterly. There are some who aren't willing to leave their homes. People are known to love their homeland and aren't willing to desert if they could, especially in this type of weather. The survivors were all the more unwilling to move. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with killing intent and lashed out. Let them die. Damn it. Tell them about the zombies encroaching on SY City. If they don't want to leave, I won't force them. Let them be buried with SY City for good. Bunch of assholes. Guoquan, I'm giving you 2 more hours. Whoever can be moved within these 2 hours will be my limit. After that, clear the road and leave a space for our troops to retreat. Whoever blocks our way, kill them regardless of who they are. No discussion. To Yue Zhong, his soldiers were more important than the survivors of SY County. They trusted him wholeheartedly and were loyal. That's why they had chosen to fight till the end with him. Every single one of them were exhausted, and hanging on for another 2 hours was most likely their limit. Within SY City, the remaining 50,000 survivors could not compare to his loyal subordinates. Understand, Commander Yu, I promise to fulfill the responsibilities. Guoquan gritted his teeth as a resolute look appeared on his face. The news of the zombie horde attacking SY City soon spread like wildfire, and upon hearing the news, all those who were hiding at home and not willing to be soaked in the rain felt shock and trepidation, and finally understood the severity of the situation. Those survivors took their raincoats and rations and various other items in bags and rushed to the bridge. The sudden influx of the survivors led to chaos, and were jostling amongst themselves to be first, trying to find ways to cross the bridge. No one dared to stay in SY City longer than necessary, as the zombies would attack them in the next moment. In the resulting chaos, many people who knocked to the ground and trampled by the others, becoming more of the running meat paste as the rain continued to fall. Xiaoyun looked at the messy and chaotic crowd and shouted, "All of you better line up in rows. Whoever dares to cut the queue, you will be executed on the spot." As these people were all fighting to be in front to cross the bridge, it had caused a blockade in front of the bridge, and no one could move. No one paid attention to Su Yang's shouts. The law would not punish the masses. This truth was embedded deeply in their hearts. Since there were people squeezing everywhere, they all thought that they would not be punished. "Open fire!" Xiaoyun looked at the survivors squeezing. His face turned grim as he finally shouted the command. The soldiers that were guarding the bridge used their machine guns and started firing into the crowd. Under that sweeping fire, over 100 of the survivors were shredded and fell down in pools of blood and gore. That terrifying scene shocked the remaining survivors, and they became obedient, looking towards Xiaoyun in fear. Xiaoyun called out loudly, "If you want to cross the bridge, you better separate yourselves into 3 groups now. Children on this side, women this side, and, finally, the men this side. The elderly, please wait at this side. For those who don't want to cross the bridge, scram far away. Don't fucking block my way here." Under Su Yang's orders, the survivors quickly segregated themselves into 3 groups of people. Following which, under the 3rd Battalion's watchful gazes, the children left the place first, crossing the bridge towards the other side. As the survivors were being organized and moved, more than a dozen well-dressed men and women came in front of Xiaoyun. The leader was a chubby-faced, fat middle-aged man with a protruding tummy. He smiled at Xiaoyun, handing a bag to Xiaoyun and said, "Hello, officer. I am SY City's Secretary for Commerce and Industry, Chu Bufan. You have worked hard. This is a small token. Please accept it if you don't mind." Xiaoyun opened the bag, only to discover various diamonds that were twinkling inside. If it was prior to the apocalypse, these diamonds were easily worth several millions of renminbi. Xiaoyun coldly asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Chu Bufan pointed to a slender and fair-skinned beauty beside him as he laughed at Xiaoyun. "I hope that this officer can allow us to go over first. As long as you do that, this woman is yours." The lady also fluttered her eyelashes at Xiaoyun. Becoming the woman of an officer was not a bad thing. In this post-apocalyptic world, she wasn't the first to sell her body, nor would she be the last. Xiaoyun looked at Chu Bufan and laughed coldly. "Men, lock these useless people up. Send the men to the scum battalion, the women into the women's battalion." A few soldiers stepped out swiftly and captured Chu Bufan and his group. "Sir, sir." Chu Bufan had a look of shock and fear as he squealed out like a pig in distress. "Don't be getting any funny ideas. Otherwise, you will face the same consequences as them." Xiaoyun scanned the survivors like a cheetah as he spoke out coldly. The survivors all looked down, not daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 298, Hot-Blooded Heroes. Chapter 298, Hot-Blooded Heroes. Under Su Yang's fierce threat, all the survivors became obedient, following the orders and moving in an orderly fashion towards the other side. The speed soon picked up. However, as the rain was cold and relentless, many of the survivors who had not eaten the Type 2 meat continued to fall amidst the downpour and never stood up again. At this time, no one could afford to pay attention to those fallen survivors. Xiaoyun could only continue distributing the Type 2 meat with the aid of his subordinates, hoping for the meat to help the miserable survivors. Guoquan looked at the proceedings anxiously. The time was too short. 2 hours were simply not enough to move everybody across. He would check his watch from time to time, while racking his brain for a solution. Guoquan suddenly beckoned a company officer called Su Mo and asked, "Su Mo, did you guys find any boats around here?" Su Mo reported back, "Battalion Commander, I've brought men to search. There aren't any." Prior to the apocalypse, the riverbank had plenty of tugboats and fishing boats. Post-apocalypse, they had all been used to catch fishes. In the end, as they came across the Type 2 mutant beasts in the waters, the boats were all destroyed or capsized. Hence, there were no more boats around the area. Guoquan looked at the bridge with a steely expression and continued to check his watch frequently. Nearby, there was still the bustling activity of moving. The group of children had crossed over fully, while the women were still making their journey on the bridge. They could hear the sounds of gunfire in the distance and were aware of the intense battle happening. Not long after, the preliminary group of soldiers had dispersed from the front lines and came to the bridge. They had continued construction and fortification without a wink of sleep and were thoroughly exhausted. Even though they did not participate in the battle directly, because of their efforts, their constructed defenses and traps helped delay and cause the deaths of over 10,000 zombies. Battalion Commander Gua, Yun Fei leading the preliminary troops and reporting. The young master of Black Tiger Gang had shaved his head long ago and was decked in a military uniform and had saluted in proper bearing. An environment can change a person. Good companions exert good influence while bad ones causes bad influence. After joining Yue Zhong's troops and undergoing Chan Shidu's strict training and regimentation, he had shrugged off his hooligan image and was starting to become a lot more disciplined and upright, developing and growing as a young man should. Su Mo, go arrange for the preliminary troops to cross the bridge immediately. Guoquan responded to Yun Fei with a military salute as well, before conveying some orders to Su Mo beside him. Su Mo nodded his head, and he brought Yun Fei and the rest of the preliminary troops towards the crowd and started across the bridge. They're jumping the line. Why are they allowed to cut the queue? They're playing with privileges here. How can they be allowed to jump the queue while we're supposed to wait for death? That's not fair. Since they came last, they should queue behind. We should be first. Seeing Yun Fei and the preliminary troops cutting the queue, the survivors got riled up as they called out loudly. The survivors had been obedient as they were not treated too shabbily. Even though Xiaoyun was fierce, he was indeed fair. No one had the special privilege to cut queue, nor could they try to bribe their way through. Hence, they were all accepting of the situation. Now there were people allowed to cut. They felt agitated. "Fuck all of you bastards." Xiaoyun raised his loudhailer and jumped onto the roof of a jeep. "Damn it, all you assholes. Earlier we asked you to gather. What the hell were you doing? Dragging your feet and not willing to leave. When all of you were holed up in your homes, these guys were on the front lines. To delay the advance of the zombies, they didn't sleep a wink and have been working for 12 full hours. Some have even clashed with the zombies and died already." Su Yang's expression was extremely steely. They are all heroes. Because of their efforts and the other soldiers who are staying on the front lines, you guys are still alive now. Even if you don't want to thank them, that's fine. You assholes who still want to scold them, are you guys even human? Where's your damn conscience? Hearing those words from Xiaoyun, warmth flowed in the hearts of Yun Fei and those preliminary troopers. They were heroes. They had used their own sweat and blood to protect so many people. Yue Zhong would not mistreat them. At this time, their hearts were filled with gratitude and acceptance towards Yue Zhong as a leader. Many of the preliminary troops were so touched that they broke down in tears. During the post-apocalypse, many of them were the lowest rung of society and were living as though they were ants. For a single bread or one gene of rice, they had disregarded all sense of self-worth and pride and done anything possible, no matter how shameless. The government officials had treated them like trash when they were overlooking and governing. Under Yue Zhong, they had finally obtained the respect and pride and were being labeled as heroes. At this moment, even though their bodies were drenched in that cold rain, their hearts were filled with an infinite warmth. The survivors were reprimanded and did not dare make another sound. When Yue Zhong had deployed people to gather them, indeed they were not willing to leave. Now, they had nothing to say against Xiaoyun. You bunch of assholes, if any of you are a man and still have your balls with you, then come over here, grab a weapon, and go to the front lines and fight. As long as that person can kill 10 zombies, I will allow him to cross the bridge first and welcome that person into our ranks. Xiaoyun swept his gaze over the 20,000 males and shouted. At this time, a huge truck dumped a huge load of steel blades and shields onto the ground, forming a small mountain of weapons. These items were initially used by Yue Zhong to equip the preliminary troops for both training and real combat, and there were enough to arm about 4,000 men. On top of that, he managed to obtain 6,000 blades that were recently completed from the army storehouse. The army had also known about the issue of ammunition, and to boost up the fighting capabilities while they had low ammo, they had decided to manufacture a huge number of steel blades. Compared to just random knives, these huge blades were more efficient against zombies. The 20,000 men looked towards the 10,000 blades and shields. Their eyes flashed with a complicated gaze, and they sunk into deep thought. They knew that the horde was definitely fearsome, seeing the retreating army as well as forceful defense of the place by Yue Zhong's troops. Fighting against these terrifying monsters, if one wasn't careful, they would lose their lives. They were unwilling to die after all. Xiaoyun swept his gaze with scorn at the 20,000 men and spat. Hey, bunch of cowards with no balls. You are men. Since you aren't men, stay still and be obedient. Await your turn. Don't act or speak out of line. Otherwise my guns will fire blindly. I'm a man. I will go kill the zombies. A 1.8 tall man stepped out from the crowd and took up a blade and shield as he hollered. I am Tian Hu. I am a man. Whoever still has the guts, take up arms and follow me. I'm Hai Mingfeng. I am a man. I'm not a coward. I am Shen Xiong. I am also a man, not a coward. Tian Hu's shout seemed to ignite a fire amidst the 20,000 men's hearts, and they started to step forward in droves, grabbing a weapon and shield while shouting their names, announcing their existence. Xiaoyun looked at Tian Hu and the rest of them. His eyes gleamed, and he saluted them as he shouted, Good! You are all men. You will be my good brothers. Paidafu, go distribute a can of Type 2 meat to each of these brothers, and bring them to assist Commander Yu at the front lines. Su Yang's company officer Pai Dafu stepped out and saluted the group of heroic males and immediately brought them towards the sounds of gunfire. There were many good men. At the same time, cowards were aplenty as well. Amongst those 20,000 men, only 6,000 had stepped forward. The rest had lowered their heads, not daring to look into Su Yang's eyes, as though they were quails. Not everyone had the courage to face death. Trash! Xiaoyun coldly glared at the remaining 13,000 men and spat out the words, before moving on. Under the lead of Pai Dafu, the 6,000 hot-blooded heroes quickly arrived at the battlefield and joined in the fray. The soldiers who were struggling to maintain their defense managed to stabilize their position with the help of the unexpected 6,000 additional warriors. The ordinary zombies were weak after all, they only had strength in numbers. Tian Hu wielded his steel blade and shield and hacked about with force. Those zombies were either chopped in two or beheaded. He was like a deranged tiger and continuously slashed at the zombies. With Tian Hu's example, The rest of the warriors following him seemed to gain a boost in fighting spirit as they slashed fervently, chasing the zombies out of the street. Under the support of Tian Hu and the newly joined warriors, Yue Zhong's 2nd Battalion that had been involved in the fighting since the first moment managed to catch a breath. At the same time, the Special Combat Forces as well as the experts under Shen Hongyang targeted the evolved zombies, as those evolved zombies posed the most threat to Tian Hu and the rest who were normal survivors. Tian Hu hacked and slashed in his battle lust. After killing 14 zombies, he was starting to be out of breath, and the steel blade in his hands felt heavy. He ate 2 cans of Type 2 meat and regained a huge amount of his energy back. However, his fighting speed could not match his initial power. After a while, he would feel his stamina depleting quickly. He was after all not an enhancer and did not have the stamina to fight 100 zombies at once. Right in front of him, 20 ordinary zombies had surrounded him and were making their way towards him. He rushed forward and, like a possessed tiger, managed to kill another 2 more zombies. However, 3 of them stretched their claws out at him. "Am I going to die?" Tian Hu looked at the incoming claws, and his face changed as he lost all strength to retaliate. Right at this time, 5 bone spears shot out, decimating the zombies in the entire area, and the surrounding zombies were instantly chopped up into many pieces. So strong. Is this the might of an enhancer? Tian Hu looked at the ease of which the zombies were disposed of, and a huge number behind them were also chopped up easily, and his mind was rattled. It was the first time he had seen the prowess of an enhancer. At this moment, Yue Zhong and White Bones came in front of Tian Hu and looked at him. "You must be Tian Hu. Well done. You're a needed hero. Care to join my troops?" Yue Zhong. Tian Hu's heart was shaken as he stared fixedly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong had gained quite the notoriety in SY City, and in many versions, he was depicted as a 2M tall, fierce-looking hero that seemed to reek of blood. However, the person in front of him now was just an ordinary youth. However, when he observed carefully, he could detect the faint pressure and bearing of a leader. He immediately responded, "I'm willing, extremely willing." During the post-apocalypse, if one was lucky enough to join a power, especially that had an army of such size, it was a blessing to most survivors. Becoming a soldier ensured that they would not go hungry. At the same time, they were backed by the army and could live uprightly in this new world. Tian Hu had wanted to join the SY military previously. However, he lacked the connections and had even offended some people, hence he did not have the chance. Bring the rest of them and retreat. Yue Zhong looked at White Bones that was slaughtering the zombies before he told Tian Hu. "Yes." Tian Hu responded without thinking, as he looked at the whirlwind of destruction that was White Bones and brought the rest of the 6,000 men and withdrew. The scene of White Bones slaughtering the zombies like chickens had embedded deeply in Tian Hu's mind, and he was filled with fervent admiration and blazing motivation. One day, I will become an enhancer like that. Tian Hu and the 6,000 other men had attacked the zombies and managed to decimate over 13,000 of them. It helped impede the advance greatly, and at the same time, they bought Yue Zhong's troops another precious hour. However, as they had poor defenses without the necessary armor, in this battle, over 900 had been injured and infected. They had no choice but to execute them on the spot. During this precious and hard-won hour, Yue Zhong led the 8th Battalion and Ningguang's 3rd Battalion towards the bridge. Chapter 299, Retreat, Riot, Despair. Chapter 0299, Retreat, Riot, Despair. The appearance of the 6,000 warriors had bought a precious hour of time for the Special Combat Forces as well as the elites under Shen Hongyang. To these enhancers, an hour was enough for them to recover a huge amount of stamina. Yue Zhong led the Special Combat Forces as they hunted the zombies everywhere, blocking them from advancing. The main force was slowly making their way towards the back. Yue Zhong's Special Combat Forces had absorbed the experts of Lu Huifeng and Luo Tianyi before this battle. By adding on the various enhancers who have been gaining levels non-stop throughout the battles, the total number of experts had reached 72. Every single one of them was above level 20, and a number had broke past the level 30 barrier. Each of them possessed incredible battle ability. However, the horde was simply endless. Yue Zhong could only retreat bit by bit with them, and soon they came to the bridge. At this time, the moving process was still ongoing, and a huge number of women was packed on the bridge. In front of the women, it was Tion Hu and the rest of the 5,000 plus warriors. The 13,000 plus cowardly men had started to become fidgety with the approaching sounds of gunfire and were visibly anxious. They could feel the tension rising as the horde got closer. "Let us cross. Move. We want to cross. Everyone, let's fight it out with them." Amongst the survivors, one of them suddenly hollered out these words loudly. "We want to cross. We want to cross. We want to live. Get lost. Damn army dogs. Thugs." The survivors were riled up in an instant and erupted in rage and chaos as they charged towards Guoquan. Seeing the 13,000 plus survivors rushing towards them, Guoquan seemed to hesitate for a moment. This was after all 13,000 plus survivors. He might be fierce and threatening, but he did not want to become a murderer of his own kind. "Open fire." At this time, Yue Zhong's cold, harsh voice resounded from beside Guoquan. Guoquan heard the familiar voice and did not hesitate further as he also shouted, "Open fire." In an instant, all sorts of heavy weaponry opened fire on the survivors, and those miserable sods who had rushed forward without even a shred of metal on them immediately fell to the ground amidst screams of agony and pain. Under that sudden oppression, a number of them became confused and scared and decided to escape elsewhere or kneeled on the ground begging for forgiveness. Some even started crying, not knowing what to do. Yue Zhong looked at the survivors, and hesitation flashed in his eyes. Now is not the time to be benevolent. The moment they erupted in chaos, not only will this group of survivors die here, even his special combat forces and the elites under Shen Hongyang would be buried here as well. Yue Zhong did not bother about those who were escaping in all directions. He immediately picked up the loudhailer and spoke into it. "You're the last batch of survivors here. If you want to force your way across, I will not hesitate to kill you. There are weapons here. If you want to live on, take up and fight for your own life. If you don't have the guts, just wait for death." After which, Yue Zhong threw the loudhailer aside and charged into the battlefield. It was the last critical moments of the battle. Covering the retreat was the only priority on his mind now. Here, having a few extra hands would not mean shit. "All of you evacuate. I will cover you." The moment he re-entered the battlefield, he shouted towards Su Xiao and Ji Qingwu. Hearing Yue Zhong's words, Su Xiao's eyes flashed with intense respect. Covering the retreat was the most dangerous part, and a leader who would do that for his subordinates were rare and few. Fighting for this kind of leader, Su Xiao truly felt fortunate. He saluted Yue Zhong and quickly brought his men to leave the front lines. Ji Qingwu glanced at Yue Zhong and gritted her teeth, saying, "You're going to be alone? No way. I will stay behind with you." Yue Zhong frowned and replied, "No, I can definitely leave by myself. With you, it would be impossible. Be good and listen to me." Ji Qingwu stared at Yue Zhong stubbornly. "I don't want to. I have the means to protect myself." Yue Zhong directly exerted pressure on her. "No way. It's too dangerous. Go back. This is an order. You are the commander of the Special Combat Forces. You are responsible for the lives of our Special Combat Forces." Ji Qingwu was like Yue Zhong and was exhausted from the countless battles. It could be said that there was no Special Combat Forces soldiers that was not tired, but no one could compare with Ji Qingwu and Yue Zhong, who had not even taken a breather. The moment they slipped, it would be disastrous. "Fine, I'll listen to you, but you must promise me you will come back." Ji Qingwu was after all a girl who could see the bigger picture, so she quelled the anxious feeling she had for Yue Zhong and swiftly retreated. Yue Zhong looked Ji Qingwu's back and heaved a deep sigh of relief before charging out towards battle with White Bones. The paths to the bridge had been blocked earlier upon Yue Zhong's orders. There was only one main channel now. All the places required at least a few tens of minutes to break through. Hence, Yue Zhong and White Bones had to defend against the horde for a few minutes. The moment the special combat forces and elites evacuated, over 200 zombies lumbered towards Yue Zhong. If it wasn't for the other places being blocked, they might have been swarmed by more. White Bones lifted its hands, changing them into huge bone blades that could reach down to the end of the street. With a large arcing swing, the razor bone blades came down and across the street area, chopping in excess of 50 zombies in a lopsided rotting halves. After gaining 4 points of enhancement in the Summon Special Skeleton skill, White Bones could finally display its intended raw power. Swish! His arms chopped and killed the zombies like a swinging meat cleaver. Even the L1S and L2S could not defend against the powered-up, enhanced White Bones. Damn, that's awesome. Yue Zhong had thought that it would a tough battle, but seeing White Bones cleaving through the zombies so easily, he finally understood the extent of strength his enhanced skill could display. It could be said that White Bones could take on 2,000 zombies on its own. Under that kind of exertion, White Bones' stamina was also depleting like mad. When it reached 0, it could not use any types of skill. The more powerful the skill, the higher the energy or stamina consumption. When White Bones' stamina reached 10 points, Yue Zhong immediately called it back, then whistled extremely loudly. Following that shrill whistle, Greenie flapped its wings as it descended from the skies. Greenie hovered above the city and unleashed its wind control ability in response to the whistle. Following its incessant beating of its wings, countless tornadoes formed and shot towards the zombies. Under the assault of those sharp tornadoes, lines of zombies were sliced in twain. At the same time, the power of the gale wind caused long cracks along the floor. After Greenie released the gusts of winds, it immediately flew off without needing Yue Zhong's orders. It was not willing to expend all its energy to attack an enemy that was endless. Many high-level mutant beasts had manifestations of their natural abilities. However, each usage could expend a huge part of their energy. Therefore, unless it was extremely dire, mutant beasts were unwilling to use their abilities freely. After Greenie flew off, Yue Zhong also retreated at full speed backwards, moving so fast that he appeared to almost teleport 3 to 4 steps with each movement. As he retreated, he wielded his 05 submachine gun and fired wildly while making a mad dash for the bridge. At this time, near the bridge, there were only Guoquan, the 1st Battalion from Ningguang County, as well as the 12,000 male survivors who were pushing and shoving each other. Please, Master, you let me go. I'm willing to do anything. I'm begging you, let me go across. I'm willing to slog and toil for you. Isn't the army about protecting the citizens? Please, let's go over. A number of the survivors had kneeled on the floor and were begging Guoquan profusely. The bridge was their only way out. With the passing of time, death was approaching faster. Other than a few hundred survivors who took up the balanced steel blades, the rest of them basically ignored them. These cowards only wanted to cross the bridge and didn't have the guts to face the zombies. Yue Zhong glanced at those weak survivors and ordered Guoquan, take your men and evacuate now. Let these people decide their own fate. Yes, Commander. Guoquan saluted Yue Zhong before taking the soldiers from the 1st Battalion across the bridge. Losing the pressure of Guoquan and the 1st Battalion, the survivors started to fight to get to the bridge. With no one to maintain the order, all the survivors went crazy. Those weaker ones were pushed to the ground. For the chance to escape, some of the people even went as far as to kill their fellow humans. In just a moment, the 13,000 over survivors were thrown into chaos. They did not dare fight against the zombies, but they were not above slaughtering amongst themselves. Seeing the cruel and chaotic scene, Yue Zhong furrowed his brows and let out a deep sigh. He had done his best, But he could not save these 13,000 survivors, even if he wanted to. Right at this time, the horde broke through all the barricades and defenses and was swarming towards the survivors. Ah! Seeing the terrifying zombies, one of the survivors screamed out before jumping into the river, trying to swim his way across. Ulamog, there you have it. The author has cleared the confusion. White Bones can do movement and basic attacks infinitely, but any skills draw from a separate and not unlimited stamina total. Chapter 300, Turtle to the Rescue. Tong, Xiaoyun's Passion. Chapter 0300, Turtle to the Rescue. Tong, Xiaoyun's Passion. The number of survivors that chose to dive into the river increased as the zombies neared them, each one frantically trying to make their way across. At the same time, the slaughter amongst those at the bridge had become even more intense, and devastation and desolation was in every survivor's eyes. Yue Zhong shook his head, and he proceeded to call for Greenie to pick him up. All of a sudden, his heart shook, and he looked towards the river. He was shocked as he observed that the waters were churning, as whole groups of mutant crayfish were climbing ashore. As they charged out of the water, they immediately started attacking the zombies, using their sharp claws to chop them in two before gobbling them up. The waters churned constantly, and the mutant crayfish continued to come up in droves. Furthermore, there were 20 elite mutant crayfish as well, followed by a Type 2 mutant crayfish, and finally Turtle. Turtle looked at Yue Zhong and let out a strange call. The Type 2 mutant crayfish also let out a sharp, shrill call. The 20 elite mutant crayfishes rushed into the horde and started slaughtering the zombies. Those mutant crayfish had hard shells, and the ordinary zombies could do nothing to break them. They also had terribly sharp claws and were impervious to the zombie virus. Thus, they were the perfect counter to the zombies. The moment those mutant crayfish joined in the battle, they attacked the zombies in a frenzy, and huge numbers of the zombies were chopped up and dismembered by them before being eaten. These mutant beasts, it seems, like to feast on zombies. If they could swallow the blood essence of the higher-level zombies, they could use it to power up as well. Seeing the mutant beasts coming out from the river, all the survivors felt worse, and the fights began to become more vicious. People were killing each other faster and faster as time went on. Yue Zhong jumped on top of Turtle's head and urged it to go to the bridge. "I am Yue Zhong. All of you stop right this instance. The mutant beasts are here upon my orders. Get in line. Cross the bridge orderly. Otherwise, I'll execute you." The frenzied survivors were frightened by Turtle and had stopped in their tracks. They regained their composure and observed the surrounded mutant beasts before becoming like sheep and getting in line, crossing the bridge according to their lines. "Turtle, this time it's really thanks to you." Yue Zhong looked at the subdued survivors crossing as he sighed in relief, patting Turtle's head. If Turtle had not appeared with its countless little brothers, the over 10,000 remaining survivors here would have died at the hands of those zombies. When Turtle was praised by Yue Zhong, it wagged its tail and thumped it against the ground. It was obviously pleased. After being tamed by Yue Zhong, it had already established a soul link with him and could understand what he said. With Turtle's command, the countless mutant crayfishes guarded the 10,000 plus survivors across the bridge. However, these weak cowards had to face the cold winds, the terrible chaos that ensued earlier, where there was slaughter amongst themselves, and over 1,000 of them had died. Although the loss was huge, the only consolation was that the majority of them had managed to cross the bridge safely. "Burn the bridge." Yue Zhong came to the other side of the bridge and immediately issued the order. With a loud blast, the bridge that was painstakingly built by countless people before the apocalypse was destroyed. The only way for the 800,000-strong horde to reach Ningguang County was destroyed just like that. If they wanted to make their way to Ningguang County, they had to go on a detour for over 100 kilometers just to find the road. After gaining these 100,000 survivors of SY County, Yue Zhong's next aim was Longhai County. As long as he conquered Longhai County, Yue Zhong would obtain factories and could start manufacturing ammunition. He wouldn't have to worry about ammunition shortage to deal with a huge horde like that ever again. The close-quarter combat placed too much pressure on the soldiers. Unless they wore mutant beast hides that could prevent even the penetration of guns and knives, the loss of soldiers from fighting zombies was too much to handle. The huge horde of zombies followed the scent of human to the river where the bridge once stood. Under the influence of a mysterious command, the zombies plunged into the waters, seemingly trying to use their own bodies to create a path towards the other side. They had been advancing for such a long way with just their masses, crossing when they saw mountains and crossing water bodies as they saw them. However, the river was filled with the little brothers of Turtle, and the moment these zombies plunged into the water, they were immediately gobbled up by the mutant crayfishes. After no results from sending countless zombies to their needless deaths, the Z-types hiding behind the horde also woke up and stopped the useless notion. The entire horde stood at the river looking blank. After confirming that the horde could not possibly make their way across, he heaved a sigh of relief and went back to take a bath before lying on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. He had overextended himself these past few days, and the moment he could relax, he did not fight it. Yue Zhong was, after all, just a human. After experiencing such intense battles, he was on high alert and high-strung at all times. The lives and deaths of over a few 100,000 weighed on his shoulders, and he had not dared to relax for even a single moment. That sort of intense pressure almost suffocated him. He could finally take a break. As Yue Zhong was still drowsy and unconscious, he felt his member being grabbed by someone before entering somewhere moist and warm, and he was woken up from the shock before looking down, only to see Tong Xiaoyun in a simple white shirt, which was unbuttoned, revealing her beautiful pink mounds and the flawless skin she got after evolving. She was kneeling in between his legs, grabbing his member, and was revealing an enchanting smile. "Good morning, Yue Zhong." "Xiaoyun, what are you doing?" Yue Zhong looked at that enticing and charming Tong Xiaoyun that was looking extremely feminine and alluring right now, and his heart skipped a beat. Tong Xiaoyun teasingly licked his member and charmingly said, "Yue Zhong, this is called waking you up. Do you like it?" "Yes." Yue Zhong reached out to caress her face and did not hide the rising passion in his eyes as his body grew warmer. Since the issue with the horde and danger was temporarily over, he wanted to give in to his desires and enjoy himself properly. "Then treat me lovingly." Tong Xiaoyun giggled and took the initiative to climb on top of Yue Zhong before sitting down and allowing his member to enter her. Tong Xiaoyun furrowed her brow slightly in pain and pleasure as the snow-white bed was stained with a blood-colored flower. "Love me tenderly, okay? Yue Zhong, I really like you." "Oh." Tong Xiaoyun hugged Yue Zhong tightly as her huge eyes looked at Yue Zhong pleadingly. "Of course. I like you too." Tong Xiaoyun's pleading look was the strongest aphrodisiac and ignited Yue Zhong's passion. He pushed her onto the bed and started to thrust in and out with pleasure. As the room Yue Zhong was in was the temporary dwelling of the citizens, Tong Xiaoyun's moans of pleasure could be heard through the walls as it resounded out. The little lowly Zhang Yulan was currently holding a towel, standing in embarrassment outside Yue Zhong's room, putting her head to the wall and listening to the ongoings within the room. Her heartbeat was quickening. She had originally wanted to take a towel to help wipe the face of the hero that she idolized so much. Especially Shun Shui, who hated Yue Zhong to the core. However, Zhang Yulan absolutely adored Yue Zhong as he had saved her. Her heart was filled with only gratitude and reverence towards him. "What are you doing here?" Just as Zhang Yulan was eavesdropping, Zhuyadong's voice traveled to her ear. Zhang Yulan was scared and jumped up like a frightened rabbit as she trembled, before looking at Zhuyadong, saying on the brink of tears, "Ma'am, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just wanted to take towel to commander you. I'm sorry. This husband is also too neglectful." Xiaoyun also. How could she moan so loudly giving kids a bad impression. Yue Zhong heard the moans of pleasure from within the room, and couldn't help but blush and thought to herself with a little jealousy. Yue Zhong smiled tenderly at Zhang Yulan before receiving the towel and said, "You can scoot along. I'll help you give it to him." How beautiful! How tender! His wives are really all so pretty. If I can become like them, will he look at me more? Zhang Yulan looked at the absolute beauty of Yue Zhong, and her eyes flashed with a hint of yearning, before she replied docilely, "Yes, ma'am." With that, Zhang Yulan left the place obediently. Yue Zhong strided into the room, only to discover Tong Xiaoyun's arched back, and her body flushed with an enticing pink, breathing erratically while lying in exhaustion in Yue Zhong's embrace, and her expression one of satisfaction and extreme charm. Yue Zhong took a look at Yue Zhong, herself dressed in stunning clothing that accentuated her mature charms, as his eyes brightened up and he smiled. "Zhong, come over. I want to kiss you." Yue Zhong first closed the door, then giving Yue Zhong a tender smile as she went over to him and started making out. "Really, husband, if you and Xiaoyun Mimi want to do this kind of thing, please notice your surroundings also. What if the kids pick up the bad habits from you?" Chapter 301. Introducing Currency. Chapter 302. Introducing Currency. Yue Zhong chuckled as he pulled the mature Yue Zhong and pressed onto her. Without even taking off her clothes, he immediately penetrated her and forcefully pounded her. Yue Zhong's tenderness set Yue Zhong's desire off again. At the same time, under Yue Zhong's constant ravaging, she could not help but let out cute moans, giving a sense of being dominated, which fueled Yue Zhong's passion further. After the intense lovemaking, Yue Zhong embraced the voluptuous Yue Zhong and lovable Tong Xiaoyun as they laid quietly in the bed, while he breathed in their scent and took to the beauty of their skin, his heart filled with peace and happiness. Yue Zhong laid in Yue Zhong's embrace as she raised her head to kiss Yue Zhong, before cheekily asking a pointed question, "Husband, between Xiaoyun Mimi and myself, who makes you feel better?" Tong Xiaoyun grabbed Yue Zhong's hands as she used her breasts and stuck them to his hand, before coyly saying, "You agage, it's me, right? Xiaoyun is your obedient little sister." Tong Xiaoyun and Yue Zhong always shared a close relationship, but with regards to getting Yue Zhong's affection, they would compete unknowingly. Although Yue Zhong did not say it, she still felt jealous of Tong Xiaoyun that managed to gain a position within Yue Zhong's heart as well. "Huh, both of you are my precious darlings." Yue Zhong laughed out loud and managed to dodge the tricky question as he lowered his head to kiss them both on their cheeks, hugging them tightly. Yue Zhong and Tong Xiaoyun looked at each other and exchanged a smile and decided not to make things difficult for him. Instead, they kissed him and placed their heads on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Yue Zhong was enjoying his time here. On the other hand, De Guzi was actually kept extremely busy, trying to handle so many things at once. He wished he could split himself into three. The consequences of the downpour had surfaced. Amongst those 130,000 survivors that had crossed, 40,000 had fallen ill because of the rain and were running high fevers. As the transportation of goods were in a rush, the medicine and supplies brought from the hospital were not enough to deal with the number of patients. "What do we do, Officer De Guzi?" Tai Yin looked at De Guzi as she asked. Tai Yin had shown her worth and capabilities by working closely with Yue Zhong's unit, and had become an integral member of his team. De Guzi massaged his temple and gave out a few orders. "Give those fever patients a can of type 2 meat, then organize some people to help boil some water for them to drink. Those who have already fallen ill, gather them and quarantine them. I don't want a new source of outbreak for illnesses." In this post-apocalyptic world, falling ill was an extremely dangerous thing, especially with the shortage of doctors and medicine. Just a simple flu and fever could take the life of a person. De Guzi had distributed the meat like medicine because he had no choice. He could only pray that after gaining the energy, they might be able to fight the illness. Other than that, there was nothing else he could do. Yes, Tyrannical swiftly replied and dismissed herself. De Guzi then pondered for a while, before continuing his distribution of the Type 2 meat to those soldiers who had put in their all during those intense battles. All of these soldiers had stronger bodies. All they lacked was rest. However, the Type 2 meat could allow them to swiftly regain their energy and stamina, preventing them from suddenly falling sick. With de Guzi's allocation, cans of Type 2 meat were sent to those survivors who had fallen ill, under the supervision of the 5,000 over men led by Tian, who, the female survivors, were gathered and took on the roles of temporary nurses and helped take care of those who had fallen ill. The Type 2 meat was extremely beneficial, as the moment the patients ate the meat, it displayed its rejuvenating properties, and many regained some color on their pale faces. As there was no adequate care given on time, out of the 40,000 who had taken ill, 1,000 had passed away, but the rest of them managed to overcome this hardship and escaped death's door. This time, Yue Zhong had managed to save so many survivors. The huge amount of Type 2 meat played an important role. If it was not for the Type 2 meat, even if these over 100,000 survivors crossed the bridge, at least half would have died due to the rain. After the cold, harsh autumn rain fell for 5 days, the skies regained its warm blue color. The moment the skies cleared, the 120,000 over survivors who had been squeezing and waiting it out embarked on their journey towards Ningguang County. When these survivors arrived at Ningguang County and Qingyuan County, the masses joined and integrated with the strongholds under Yue Zhong and started a bustle of activities. Factories were filled up, and everyone began production on steel knives, barricades, and making use of the hides from the mutant beasts to create armor and protection. Those 5,000 over survivors who had proved their worth during the last few critical moments were also accepted and integrated into the preliminary troops and began their tough training. Yue Zhong was extremely generous with his own troops who had fought hard for him. They had decent amounts of food. In between their training gaps, they also spent time and resources within the county, bringing all sorts of economic growth within the county. It seemed that overnight, various snack stalls, bread shops, hair-styling salons, restaurants, etc. all sprung up. Chen Jianfeng sought Yue Zhong out and spoke. Yue Zhong, I feel that we should start introducing a currency, otherwise it will be detrimental to our current economic growth. Within the counties, the barter system was still popular. Most of the time, rice or other food was used. As to the renminbi used prior to the apocalypse, it was worth even less than toilet paper now. The barter system was primitive and inefficient and was not helpful to development. However, the renminbi had declined. Those who had tried running with their huge stacks of renminbi were in dire straits, not even comparable to a beggar, and no one was willing to accept it. Only Yue Zhong and his group could introduce something to be used that would be acceptable by their citizens. Yue Zhong frowned as he asked softly, "Do we give out cash? Based on our skills now, can we maintain the security and strength of the currency?" Chen Jianfeng replied swiftly, "I have already found someone to handle this issue." Their total number of survivors rescued from SY County were 120,000, adding on to the 20,000 that he had secretly transported out earlier. His stronghold had increased by a whopping 150,000 in strength. Amongst those survivors, there were various people with specialized skill sets and knowledge. Chen Jianfeng only had to spread the word, and his subordinates had found some people already. Yue Zhong nodded his head. "Fine, I'll let you handle this." Chen Jianfeng was extremely efficient, and his methods and work ethics were extremely resolute. Under his supervision, Yue Zhong's government swiftly issued out a currency called the Grand Central Empire Dollar as the new form of currency. One central dollar could be used to buy a gene of cornmeal within the rules Yue Zhong established for food companies, and 2 central dollars could be used to buy a gene of rice. At the same time, there were various other items that can be bought, including cigarettes, milk, soap, beast meat, Type 2 beast meat. Yue Zhong then issued out salaries to the military and government, allowing them to spend them as necessary within the counties. As the central dollar could be used directly to purchase food, the strength and credibility immediately gave the survivors the confidence to accept it as the new currency, replacing the previous renminbi. Furthermore, many shops had the stock of Type 2 beast meat. Amongst the survivors, many of them had experienced and gone through so many setbacks. They recognized the importance and value of the Type 2 beast meat. Many of them had their hearts set aflame, wishing to own a Type 2 beast meat as an insurance for their lives in the future. Of course, the Type 2 beast meat could not be purchased so easily. Yue Zhong had set a price of 10,000 central dollars on each canned Type 2 beast meat. Type 2 mutant beasts weren't easy to kill after all. To even encounter them, one had to travel to places where the mutant beasts were strong and ferocious. If he were to be careless, he could meet a few different Type 2 mutant beasts. If that happens, Yue Zhong would also lose his life. The moment the currency was introduced, both counties seemed to regain their vigor, and many survivors started showcasing and making use of their abilities and knowledge prior to the apocalypse, and started up their own shops. There was a huge variety of snacks, and various shops had sprung up due to demand. Both counties displayed a thriving scene. Under the supervision of Chun Jianfeng, the development and economic growth boomed, and the people were filled with satisfaction and happiness. On the other side, Yue Zhong had allowed his troops to rest for 5 days, before assigning them in shift systems to make their way towards Longhai County, clearing the various villages of zombies as they came across them, at the same time grooming and training his troops. Tianhu and the rest of the warriors of the preliminary troops were undergoing Su Jingong's harsh training every day. The various troops of Lu Huifeng were absorbed and distributed amongst Yue Zhong's troops. With the addition of a few hundred veterans, the combat power of the battalions received another huge boost. Shen Hongyang was extremely cooperative as he handed command of Su Xiao and the few other experts to Yue Zhong, who transferred them into his special combat forces. The 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters, and their operating personnel were then allocated to the armored division. As a form of reciprocation, Yue Zhong had allocated a large number of soldiers from his preliminary troop to fill up Shun Shui's 2 infantry battalions, fulfilling his promise. As his power was expanding, Yue Zhong once again overhauled the military system and reorganized the entire troops as a regiment, declaring himself as the regiment commander, with Qi Yang as the second-in-command. Chapter 302, Assault on Longhai City. Chapter 302, Assault on Longhai City. The elite 1st and 2nd Battalion of Qingyuan County, 1st and 2nd Battalion of Ningguan County, as well as the Armor Battalion were grouped as the 1st Division belonging to Yue Zhong, its commander Su Jingong and Vice Commander Wu Guan. Qingyuan's 3rd Battalion, Ningguang's 3rd and 4th Battalion were reorganized as the 2nd Division, its commander Chen Shirtu, Vice Commander Kong Tianyu. SY County's 8th Battalion and Shan Shui's 2 battalions were grouped into the 3rd Division, its commander Xiong Zheng, Vice Commander Shin Shui. The Special Combat Forces remained under the command of Ji Qinwu. The preliminary troops remained as it is, belonging to Yue Zhong and trained by Su Jingong. De Guzi was conferred the title as Support Commander, being placed in charge of all support activities. The support division was important and could decide victory in modern warfare. On top of that, Yue Zhong established a youth guards. This youth guards was comprised of various youths that had ambition and idolized Yue Zhong. They numbered in the 3,000, consisting of both boys and girls. They had to go through a specialized program where they had to learn about culture and skills in the day and learnt various fighting and combat skill from the Special Combat Forces. They ate mutant beast meat and got to enjoy Type 2 meat once in a while, strengthening their bodies through the course of training. Zhang He and Zhang Yulan had joined at the first moment they could, as they possessed the drive and idolization of Yue Zhong. The top expert of the youth guards was the little lowly Yao Yao. Zhang Yulan had been awed by her the first moment she saw her, and became her huge fan and her small attendant. Yao Yao saw that she had someone who idolized her and felt smug as well. She did not hold back and taught Zhang Yulan all she knew and experienced. It was just that regardless how hard Zhang Yulan worked, she could not match Yao Yao, as she was lacking in both age and talent. However, Zhang Yulan and her brothers did not slack off and absorbed all that they could. They wanted to become useful members of society in this new post-apocalypse world. A month went quickly with all the adjustments, integration, and training. After the reorganization and training, Yue Zhong's troops had surpassed what they were previously and became even stronger. Now, let's move out. Our target is Longhai County. Following Yue Zhong's single command, his first division started to move towards Longhai City. The army set off, and following them from the rear were over 20,000 survivors, as well as the support troops and their transportation supplies. As there was not enough fuel, the support troops could only use their own legs to follow the vehicles forward. It was extremely tough. However, these troops and the survivors had not a word of complaint, as they were very clear that the operation this time on Longhai County was extremely crucial. If they could conquer it, they would gain a huge amount of resources and could gain a new city to become another habitat. If they failed, then the horde that was holed up inside would cause all their deaths. This battle they could only win. They could not lose at all. The zombies in the surrounding villages had either been summoned into Longhai County or were already wiped out by Yue Zhong's troops as training. Yue Zhong's huge army had marched on for a few days before finally arriving at the highway, which led to Longhai County and encountering the horde of zombies. The huge horde of zombies was also slowly making their way towards Qingyuan County on the highway through the various plains and forests. As far as the eye could see, they were all filled with zombies. Upon sighting in on zombies, the 10 tanks that had become part of the armored vehicles immediately opened fire as they slowly and continuously advanced forward. The zombies scattered throughout the plains and forest were immediately gunned down by the heavy fire as they slumped to the floor. The 10 tanks continued advancing forward, intending to crush the zombies. The troops behind followed as they stepped on the meat paste on the ground, advancing behind the cover of the tanks. In the skies, Greenie and 2 drones were flying, and the drones were feeding information back to the Central Command, while Greenie was in charge of chasing away the other flying mutant beasts that got attracted by the huge number of humans. Scum Battalion, go charge. Yue Zhong looked at the zombies that had been shot and laid on the ground on the plains and in the forests, and he gave the command to the Scum Battalion. The commander of the Scum Battalion was Gao Daqiang, who was wielding a Tang replica sword decked in mutant water snake hide armor, another hand holding a steel shield, as he shouted at the 2,000 males who were made to join the Scum Battalion. Your father, I am Gao Daqiang. I'm sure you guys can tell that I used to be a criminal who was sentenced to the Scum Battalion in the past. However, I have killed enough zombies and have become an upright leader under Commander Yu's forces. My current rank is 2nd Lieutenant, and I'm a level 18 enhancer. I even have 2 wives as well. Every day, I get to eat my fill, with meat in my meals also. Gao Daqiang let out a roar, and he charged at the zombies. If you want to become like me, give it your all. Kill the zombies. As long as you risk it all and fight, women, food, lodging, they will be yours. If you want to rise in rank and get rich and have your way with women, charge with me. Whoever dares to retreat from battle will be shot by the troops behind. Charge. Yue Zhong had always placed importance and rewarded on those who worked hard. This Gao Daqiang had dared to fight and risk his all, and had killed numerous zombies. Even after he became a proper soldier, he continued putting in effort and gained a Tang replica sword and mutant water snake armor for himself. He had truly grown to become a powerful enhancer, and was always the first to lead the charge in the Scum Battalion. Charge! Follow Boss Gao, and let's rise in rank. Beside Gao Daqiang, Nalan Mingzhu shouted out loudly and charged as well. Under the motivation of Gao Daqiang and Nalan Mingzhu, those warriors of the Scum Battalion, who had been forced to train without any entertainment or break, seemed to become beasts with eyes filled with battle lust as they took up their weapons and charged. Only by killing enough zombies could they earn freedom for themselves and become normal citizens. Otherwise, they will forever remain as cannon fodder within the Scum Battalion forever. When Gao Daqiang and Nalan Mingzhu appeared and showed that they were examples of warriors who earned their freedom and rose in ranks, and even managed to marry wives, the criminals within the Scum Battalion were immediately motivated and found the incentive and hope to perform. They wanted to regain their freedom. Only when one loses freedom will one truly understand its preciousness. Those who earned their freedom from the Scum Battalion were a sturdy troop of veterans who had killed at least 30 zombies. When these hardened veterans were reintegrated within the normal army, when they obtained their God and Devil system equipment, they quickly rose to become strong enhancers and had filled up the ranks of experts within Yue Zhong's troops. Those 2,000 troopers from the Scum Battalion were like tigers amongst sheep the moment they charged at the zombies, as they waved their steel blades in frenzy and lopped off the zombies' heads in a wild and yet strangely disciplined manner, one by one. When the troopers were riled up and threw away their fear, they became unstoppable, and the ordinary zombies weren't their match. They could only be slaughtered. The zombies within the forests and plains were easily decimated by the Scum Battalion, just like that. The main force of Yue Zhong were easily picking off those zombies who stood in their way along the road. As the forward party of zombies, which numbered in the tens of thousands, were being wiped out, the remaining scattered zombies quickly made their way back towards Longhai County to gather. On Greeny's back, Yue Zhong saw the droves of zombies making their way towards Longhai County, forming a huge horde that stretched for miles. The number of zombies could number in the millions. Yue Zhong frowned as he thought to himself. Although the number of zombies seemed to number in the millions, Yue Zhong did not panic as he currently possessed over 7,000 soldiers, including the preliminary troops and Scum Battalion. He had over 10,000 men who could fight. At the same time, he had the equipment from the Mechanized Infantry Brigade as well as enough ammunition for a regiment to expend. It was more than enough for him to fight with. Yue Zhong had also constructed his own factory that specialized in refilling bullets and could produce 20,000 bullets a day. In a month, the workers could churn out 600,000 bullets. Although the refilled bullets were less accurate, under heavy fire, they could cause waves of zombies to fall. With this kind of support, Yue Zhong had the confidence to deal with these couple millions of zombies. After the zombies within Longhai County had gathered, they used their old methods, surging forth like a tidal wave and charging towards Yue Zhong's troops in a frenzy as commanded by their Z-types. After gaining valuable experience from the previous defeat, Yue Zhong swiftly commanded his troops to station at various strategic points and began construction of fortifications and barricades. In the event the front lines could not maintain, they could at least withdraw with ample protection. The main force of Yue Zhong's troops swiftly gained control over Green Wind Gorge, an important channel, and began their fortifications and awaited the assault from the horde. Green Wind Gorge was not as wide as Tiger Mouth's Gorge, and it had a decent defense line of about 4 kilometers wide, but it was the most suitable for Yue Zhong's troops to begin their work with. As the construction work was in full swing and various traps were being dug, the sea of zombies finally approached the Green Wind Gorge. If there were any weaknesses of the horde to be pointed out, it would be that their mobility was severely impaired, and thus Yue Zhong could find ways to deal with it. As the sea of zombies lumbered towards the Green Wind Gorge, while their speed was slow, it was extremely steady. Soon, the landscape was filled with the zombies. Open fire! Following Su Zhengang's orders, the artillery unit began firing. Round after round of rockets landed accurately amongst the zombie horde, exploding outwards with flame and shrapnel. With every blast, a huge hole would appear, and the zombies within a certain radius would be incinerated along with it. Regardless if they were ordinary zombies or the evolved L1S, L2S, H1S, S1S, or S2S, under the relentless bombardment, they would become ash with no way to retaliate. Within a short 5 minutes, the densely packed horde had been blasted many times, and a leading force became a handful of scattered zombies. Artillery weapons were considered godly weapons, and in this post-apocalyptic world, using them against the zombies could display their terrifying strength. In just this short 5 minutes, over 30,000 zombies have been incinerated. After the constant bombardment for 5 minutes, the artillery immediately stopped. The zombies in front have been annihilated, and continuing their firing would not achieve anything. Furthermore, their ammunition was not endless. Firing one meant one less for the future. Su Zhengong had to utilize them to their fullest potential. Facing the remaining scattered zombies, Guoquan led the warriors from the 1st Battalion of the 1st Division forward, as they were decked in mutant water snake hide, mutant black fish hide, wielding Tang replica swords, and charged at the zombies. With the protection of the hides, as long as the soldiers took care not to let their faces get scratched, they would not get infected. With the protection of those hides, the ferocity of the soldiers from the 1st Battalion was like a sharp knife that pierced the zombies after they had just faced the bombardment of the artillery, killing any few zombies that remained. Ji Qingwu also deployed 20 soldiers from the Special Combat Forces as they followed the 1st Battalion, killing any evolved zombies such as the L2S or S2S that appeared, allowing the other soldiers to focus on the ordinary zombies. The moment Guoquan led his men into battle, they hacked and slashed their way through, killing over 2,000 zombies before retreating to their positions. Many had gained levels after this first onslaught. Under Guoquan's command, they all allocated the enhancement points into stamina. In war, a modernized battalion that had immense stamina was extremely fearsome. As long as they had enough stamina, they could remain fighting on the front lines, killing even more enemies. The rest of the battalions also took turns and launched assaults on the remaining zombies, treating them as training fodder and experience. Without the densely packed horde and support of numbers, these zombies could only become meat for slaughter. The 50,000 zombies leading the horde were wiped out in such a short time, and the endless zombies behind continued forward to fill up the places and gaps as they lumbered towards Yue Zhong's forces. The moment the horde stepped up again, the artillery that was resting immediately opened fire, and the fearsome bombardment of rockets blasted the zombies into smithereens, with the scattered zombies taken out by the troops. Chapter 303, at bottom. Chapter 0303, at bottom. With the support of the artillery, the position of the troops was really quite impregnable. Even when the horde swarmed in wave after wave, they would be wiped out almost instantly. Green Wind Gorge had become a merciless meat grinder, with bits and pieces of corpses flying and splatting everywhere. The entire ground seemed to be soaked in dark blood, and the rotten stench was unbearable. The amount of firepower Yue Zhong possessed surpassed the amount the SY army had. Furthermore, he had chosen a place that was more strategic than previously. The current fighting spirit and morale of the soldiers were much higher than previous. Therefore, the maintenance of their position was not a difficult task. The battle continued all the way till noon, and over 400,000 zombies have been annihilated by Yue Zhong's troops. The entire Green Wind Gorge was filled with countless body parts of the zombies. However, the sea of zombies still looked as endless as ever, as though they could not be wiped out. Yue Zhong observed the horde that stretched without end, and he furrowed his brow before ordering. Let the armored battalion attack. Push forth. 1st Regiment, 2nd Battalion attack. Following Yue Zhong's orders, his trump card finally showed itself. 30 Type 69 tanks, 26 IFVs, 64 modified armored vehicles. 6 huge rollers were activated and became a stream of armor that charged forward and flattened any unfortunate zombies that stood in their way. The 1st Division, 2nd Battalion soldiers were mostly also decked in mutant black fish hide. With their 03 rifles and grenades, as well as rocket launchers, they followed behind the armored line and picked off any remaining zombies by the sides. The 30 tanks had only 10 that could fire cannons. The other 20 could only be driven. A mortar hand could not be trained up so fast in such a short time. Recklessly firing could cost the lives of teammates. However, the frontal charge of the tanks were fearsome enough. Not a single zombie could impede the charge of these metal Valkyries. Scads of zombies were flattened into meat paste by the 30 tanks with each pass, and they couldn't even put up a fight. The rest of the armored line, including the IFVs, modified tanks, and rollers, were all capable of crushing the zombies as well, and any zombies unfortunate enough to be in the way of that armored line were flattened. After forcefully carving a way out for about 5 to 6 kilometers, the horde split up as a group of 1,000 L2S with brute strength started charging towards the Type 69 tanks. The L2S were all a towering 3M, their strength immense, and could easily flip a car. However, when those L2S charged to the front, they were immediately knocked down by the tanks, and the L2S were directly flattened and ground beneath the tires and tracks. The IFVs also smashed onto those L2S viciously, knocking them away. Those L2S did not suffer any broken bones, though, as they quickly got up again. By this time, the ZPD-90S on the IFVs started firing like mad, and under suppressive heavy fire, the L2S were shredded. The few remaining L2S were also blasted to pieces by the troops of the 1st Division 2nd Battalion, who were using the various grenade and rocket launchers. After dealing with those L2S, the horde once again split up, and this time, a group of H1S packed in orderly formation started executing their fireball attacks at the armored line. In just an instant, numerous fireballs landed on the tanks, IFVs, and the rest of the armored vehicles. The moment the fireballs landed, the drivers in 3 of the rollers were instantly incinerated. 6 of the modified heavy vehicles also caught fire, and the passengers inside died on the spot. 13 of the modified heavy vehicles had their tires exploded, and they fell uselessly to the ground. 4 of the IFVs were hit by the fire blasts, causing them to be filled with holes and their armor destroyed. The infantry battalion was also firing their rockets, grenades, and their 03 rifles at the dangerous H1S, directly turning them into shredded meat. After decimating the troop of H1S, another troop formed entirely out of S2S approached. It was just that when they appeared, they already met the vicious attacks of the 10 tanks and remaining IFVs. Those evolved S2S had not even displayed their fearsome attack before they were fired until Kingdom Come. The remaining S2S were accordingly picked off by the experts in the 2nd Battalion. Crushed, they were absolutely crushed. The armored fleet just had to continue advancing forward, forcefully crushing their way through, turning over 100,000 of the zombies along the way into meat paste. Yue Zhong sat on Greeny's back as he observed his armored vehicles crushing the zombies as they advanced, and his heart was filled with elation. As long as fuel did not run out, the tanks could continue rolling forward on and on. Nothing could stop these steel monstrosities. This armored fleet was Yue Zhong's trump card, and the strongest blade he had against the horde of zombies. Push forward for another 40 kilometers. That way, it would be impossible for the bulk of them to attack Green Wind Gorge during the night. It can earn us a night of precious time. Yue Zhong was laying on Greeny's back as he looked down and calculated before giving the order. Night battles were the hardest to fight since ages ago. Yue Zhong had sent the armored fleet out because he was not willing to engage in a night battle with the zombies. Even though he had the flares, it was not that the humans could not fight in the night, but compared to daytime, it was indeed harder to fight. What's going on? Yue Zhong was still in the air observing, when he suddenly noticed that there was a group of zombies suddenly rushing forwards towards his armored fleet without a care for death. At the same time, the horde was opening up a pathway for another group to retreat backwards. Yue Zhong looked at the obvious retreat of the zombies, and his heart leapt in joy. Those must be the Z-types. Are they finally scared? It was as Yue Zhong had guessed. Those Z-types that had been hiding within the horde had seen the terrifying power of the armored fleet, flattening their troops, and had begun to fear for their lives, and was running to the back for protection. Kill it. As long as I kill it, Victory will be halfway in our grasp. Yue Zhong thought excitedly and patted Greenie gently, pointing towards the movement within the horde. Greenie understood Yue Zhong with just that pat and immediately shot forward like an arrow towards the horde of zombies. As an Type 2 mutant beast, Greenie's speed was truly fearsome. In just a few blinks, it had brought Yue Zhong within 20 m of the retreating group. Yue Zhong could see clearly 200 S2S, a 100 L2S, and 10 enormous L3S, and they were accompanied by 20 zombies that were grayish-green, slender-looking, but with powerful legs. 7 m, tall and glowing with a slight green glow. On top of that, there was a weird zombie with a head the size of a pumpkin, its limbs as short as fingers, perched atop an L3. Level 45 Type 3 strength-based evolved Infector S3. It possessed extreme speed and sharp claws that can tear through anything. It possessed the ability to infect, can cause an infected to become an infector as well. Level 50 Type 2 mental-based evolved Infector Z2. It possessed fearsome spirit, as well as control over a horde of 1 million zombies. On the front lines, there were no signs of the fearsome L3S or S3S. It was obvious that this cowardly Z2S had commanded them to be their guards. Greenie shot forward like a lightning bolt, using its huge claws to grab an L3's head before exerting strength to behead it. It then swiftly activated its innate ability wind control, flapping its wing vigorously, causing powerful tornadoes to be conjured and blowing the numerous S2S and S3S away by a few tens of meters, leaving the 100 L2S and the remaining tower-like L3S. The Z2 saw Yue Zhong and Greenie and immediately shot out a terrifying spirit blast and a huge spirit attack that could render a normal human into a retard shot towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was after all a spirit-based evolver, but with that fearsome attack from the Z2, his eyes darkened as he fell from Greenie's back. The attack was, however, ineffective against Greenie, which was a Type 2 mutant beast, as Greenie immediately shot downwards and bit off the Z2's head, gobbling it up in just a matter of seconds. With the death of the Z2, all the zombies that were under its control immediately broke away. Groups of zombies lumbered off, and the 9L3S and 20S3S shot towards Yue Zhong. The scent of evolved flesh and blood from Yue Zhong enticed them greatly. Yue Zhong could reach a speed of 12 times that of normal humans upon activation of all his buffs and skills, but the speed of the S3S were well beyond Yue Zhong's speed that was enhanced by abilities, reaching at least 150 points base speed. They had rushed from way behind the L3S, but had arrived near Yue Zhong and started attacking even before the L3S, their claws reaching for Yue Zhong. As Greenie had just killed the Z2, it was not fast enough to react and save Yue Zhong. Chapter 303, Yue Zhong's Mechanized Blade. Killing the Z2. Chapter 304, Capturing Long High City. Yue Zhong's Gains. Chapter 304, Capturing Long High City. Yue Zhong's Gains. Facing the S3s whose movement speed surpassed his own, Yue Zhong's eyes gleamed as he activated skill. White bones materialized out of thin air and immediately transformed into an orb of light, which morphed into his bone-encompassing armor. Yue Zhong then activated his devil flame with another thought. An extra expense of 50 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina was used to condense it into a flaming sword. The moment the devil flame sword appeared in his hands, his killing intent was unleashed. In the next instant, his body was struck viciously by 3 of the S3s, slashed by their piercing claws. Under the attack of the S3s, Yue Zhong's bone-encompassing armor that was impervious to even heavy ammunition was scored furiously, leaving 3 deep claw marks. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps quickly in response. At the same time, he swung his devil flame sword and extended it to a 6 m long sword, instantly surprising and slicing across the 3s3s in front, as well as another 6 of them who were rushing forward. A huge experience orb instantly combined and got absorbed into Yue Zhong, finally pushing him to the next level. Congratulations on achieving level 45. You have gained 2 points of enhancement to be allocated. Yue Zhong directly enhanced his agility before waving the fearsome Devil Flame sword again, instantly beheading another S3. The remaining 10 S3s had evolved and possessed a higher perception for danger, so they had evaded the first moment they could. This and their insane speed allowed them to avoid Yue Zhong's strikes. Yue Zhong ignored the S3s that were avoiding him and went for the L3 that was charging towards him. Under that mighty Devil Flame sword, the L3 was also instantly beheaded, its head rolling onto the floor. The L3s were known for their impregnable defense and immense strength. Since its tough armor was broken through by Yue Zhong, its threat level diminished. Of course, if Yue Zhong was struck by the charge of the L3, his encompassing bone armor might not be able to withstand that overly fearsome strength. After killing the L3 with a single slash of his blade, his left hand shot out 3 extremely sharp bone spears towards the neck. Startlingly, the bone spear that could kill an L2 instantly only managed to create a white mark on that L3's neck with a sharp ding, as though it had hit metal. To use the bone spear to deal with these L3 is really too exhausting. Yue Zhong frowned as he thought to himself. The Devil Flame sword was truly terrifying, but likewise, it expended a huge amount of his energy and was not meant for long battles. If he could possess a sharp weapon, dealing with these high-level zombies would be easier. Yue Zhong's attack had angered the L3. It swiftly stepped forward, and a fist that was the size of a wok came swinging towards him, bringing with it a terrifyingly formidable air pressure. The L3 had strength equivalent to 18 men. Thus, each fist consisted of a few tons of raw power, and it could pummel even an armored vehicle easily. If Yue Zhong was hit by that, even with his enhancements, he would definitely be heavily injured. Facing the mountain-like L3, Yue Zhong zipped about like a specter, dodging its repeated attacks. At the right moment, he swung his flame sword down, beheading the L3. The S3s that were encircling Yue Zhong seemed to have seen their opportunity. They rushed forward, surrounding him in just an instant, and reached out to slash at him. As he saw the sudden ambush by the 10 S3s, Yue Zhong activated his gravity skill so that those attacking S3s would be weighed down by the increased gravity. It had appeared as though their lean bodies had gained an extra 100 gene, and their speed decreased substantially. The increased gravity did not affect the L3, which was strength-based, but to those agility-based S3s, it was an utterly lethal move. Under that pressure, they had lost their only advantage, speed. Facing these S3s that had slowed down, Yue Zhong did not hesitate. Swinging his Devil Flame sword about an attack, he easily decimated the 10 S3s. After killing those S3s, Yue Zhong charged towards the remaining L3s. With a few plain slashes of his blade, the remaining L3s were all wiped out. After taking care of these high-level zombies, Yue Zhong swiftly swept any and all drops into his storage ring and jumped on Greeny's back before they flew to the skies. Yue Zhong's strength was indeed tyrannical, but even he could not fend off 100,000 zombies. When he was in the skies, he looked once more at the battlefield below, only to discover that the once concentrated and densely packed horde had broken up, scattering in different directions within their various smaller groups. There were some remnant groups that were still attacking the armored fleet, but even more were dispersing and lumbering off. The death of the Z2 had caused the horde to lose their commander, and many of the zombies were standing around blankly, without a hint of their hostility earlier. Su Jingong, who was stationed within the command center, had noticed the horde breaking apart and immediately ordered the 1st Division to begin their assault on the leaderless horde. When the 1st Division arrived at the battlefield, most of the zombies had already broke away, running with a Z1 and escaped in different directions. Those that remained on the battlefield were a few 100,000, which were still moving mindlessly forward. Although the horde looked as dominating as ever, without the command of a leader, they could not form into wave after wave of coordinated attack. They could only advance with instinct, and that kind of assault posed no threat to the power of the 1st Division. Pretty soon, they were overcome easily. The huge horde had dispersed and were scattered everywhere, so even when the soldiers fought till evening time, the 1st Division could not totally annihilate the zombies. They could only retreat under the cover of the armored battalion. It was simple truth that fighting during the night was too disadvantageous. However, since the commanding Z2 was taken care of, the remaining zombies were still scattered. Having to suddenly evolve a new Z2 required time as well. The next day, Su Jing'an got an early start and had already led the entire 1st Division to launch countless assaults on the various zombie groups, both here and running. As these groups were comprised of mostly ordinary zombies, and their mobility was severely impaired, Su Jing'an and his troops swiftly caught up. Under the constant bombardment of the armored battalion, huge patches of zombies were blasted into pieces. As a result, those Z1s hiding within these groups abandoned the mini-hordes and retreated under the protection of the other evolved zombies. With Greeny's help, Yue Zhong managed to dispose of another 4 Z1s, but there were still 3 of them who managed to escape with the cover of other evolved zombies. Losing the command of the remaining Z1s, the horde of zombies turned into free EXP, allowing the troops to slaughter with no efforts whatsoever. Su Jing'an commanded the troops forward, and they took care of the remaining zombies with extreme ease. The intense battle continued for another 5 whole days, and almost 700,000 of the zombies were annihilated without the control of their Z2 or Z1s. In fact, they had managed to wipe out over 500,000 of them with the help of heavy firepower. Only because if this had the slaughter of the zombies achieved such a height. After losing the command of the Z-types, the zombies did not surge forward like they did initially, and hence the heavy artillery could not achieve similar results as that of the beginning. After 5 days, and almost wiping out all the zombies, Yue Zhong's troops made their way into Longhai City. Congratulations on recovering Longhai City and gaining the title, Longhai City Conqueror. This title gives you +2 enhancement points in all attributes. This title cannot be re-earned. These enhancements can be stacked. You have gained +3 levels and gained 6 points of enhancement to be allocated for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained 10,000 survivor credits for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained a level 4 defense vest for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained an additional skill enhancement point for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. The moment Yue Zhong stepped into Longhai City, the various notifications resounded in his head. A huge beam of experience appeared out of nowhere and entered his body, pushing his level to reach level 48 and garnering him 6 points of enhancement to be allocated. Yue Zhong chose to enhance 4 points into agility and the other 2 into stamina. Level 4 defense vest, equipping it provides a +15 enhancement points to all 6 attributes. Furthermore, the defense vest can deflect any bullet below a 25 caliber cannon round. After conquering Longhai City, Yue Zhong had really obtained a huge enhancement, especially this level 4 defense vest, which was quite obviously a priceless item. It could make a normal person become virtually impervious to most firepower and obtain stats twice that of another normal person. As for the skill point enhancement, Yue Zhong did not even hesitate and directly allocated the point into his Devil Flame. A magic light shined within his mind as the rune for the Devil Flame glowed before evolving once again. Level 3 skill, Devil Flame, +3 enhancement level. X4 bonus to Devil Flame's initial attack power. The moment he added the skill point to Devil Flame, his Devil Flame skill had reached its maximum level. The next step for evolution would be saving 2 skill points before learning the Type 2 Devil Flame skill. In Qingyuan City, there was a tense atmosphere. As everyone was working, they were also awaiting the news brought by Yue Zhong's troops on handling the Longhai City issue. If Yue Zhong lost, the terrifying horde would set its sights on Qingyuan County next, and the recent peaceful lifestyle of theirs would be threatened again. After 8 days had passed, the quiet front lines finally sent back some amazing news. Victory! Victory! Commander Yu has brought his troops and wiped out the million-strong horde. He has already conquered Longhai City. Longhai City is ours. One of the soldiers ran into Qingyuan County as he hollered at the top of his voice. That's awesome. Great. Praise to Yue Zhong. Hearing this news, all the survivors in Qingyuan erupted in cheers. They had been praying and hoping for the news of victory. Such sweet news meant that they were free from any zombie threats for a long time. They could set their mind at ease to work and live on with pride and dignity. The entire Qingyuan County celebrated, as everyone fell into a festive mood. After Yue Zhong conquered Longhai City, he immediately deployed his troops to continue their assault on the zombies in the surrounding towns. Longhai City had over 6 million citizens previously, and Yue Zhong had only conquered its city center. In the villages all around, there were still countless zombies scattered about. If they didn't take care of them now, these zombies could gather again under the birth of another Z-type, or even evolve and pose a threat to them. Humans had a strong adaptation ability, so they would do anything to survive. Even when Longhai City was overrun by over 1 million zombies. After Yue Zhong had conquered the city, he managed to find over 2,000 survivors from various corners of the city. These survivors had long since been starved and were emaciated severely. Most were down to their very last breaths. At the same time, he found 165 enhancers, of which 32 had already leveled above level 30. Yue Zhong immediately brought them into his troops, and the 32 enhancers over level 30 were brought into the Special Combat Forces, becoming part of them. Yue Zhong also brought about 100,000 survivors from Qingyuan County and Ningguang County over to stay at Longhai City. With an influx of human survivors, the various production plants and factories started operating again. Lu Yujiao had introduced many people of talents to Yue Zhong, and together with various professionals, new bullets and ammunitions were starting to be manufactured. Of course, since the new workers were not like the factory workers from before the apocalypse, the speed at which ammunition was being manufactured was not as fast. Even though Yue Zhong had obtained victory over the million-zombie horde, he had expended quite a bit and suffered some loss. After clearing those zombies, his total ammunition count from the warehouse had dropped to half of its original count. As of the near future, he had no means of waging another huge war against another horde of zombies. After conquering Longhai City, Yue Zhong's prestige had reached its highest among the survivors, and his soldiers all held high hopes for the future. Commander Yu, the snake birth fruit tree has again borne fruits. Xiaoming found Yue Zhong and reported to him. Xiaoming was also a veteran who had followed Yue Zhong from the very start. He had led a small team of elite soldiers and guarded the mechanized infantry brigade with fervor. The location of the brigade was a classified secret, and other than a few top officials within Yue Zhong's team, no one was allowed to get even relatively near to the mechanized infantry brigade camp. The fruits of the snake birth fruit tree that could cause people to evolve was the most highly secured trump card of Yue Zhong's. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.